In wild Uganda, tree-climbing lions rule from high above. Yet right beneath the shadows, their sworn rivals. Cunning, relentless, and sharp, are also fighting tooth and nail to survive. Where are you tuning in to this showdown from? Drop a comment below before we jump into Uganda baboons versus Africa's deadliest predators. Uganda, the primate capital of the planet, with more than 20 species on an area the size of a mid-sized American state. 40 million years of evolution have piled up in one place. Zuka, a 54-kilogram male olive baboon, is about to do what no one has ever seen. And Tamu, a lioness, has just found the edge that all but guarantees her the win. Queen Elizabeth National Park stretches 1,978 square kilometers along Uganda's western border. But size is not what makes this place unusual. Nowhere else in Africa do four distinct ecosystems meet within a single boundary. Predators from each ecosystem push into the next. Prey must read danger signals from many directions, and many kinds of threat at once. The pressure in Queen Elizabeth National Park runs higher than anywhere else in Uganda, and it produces extraordinary adaptations. The Uganda kob, the antelope native to this country, and built a refined collective defense. But the predators found the blind spot. At Ishasha, in the south of Queen Elizabeth National Park, a lion pride has rewritten the survival equation for every species within their range. This is the world Zuka has to live in. The spot Tamu chose is not a comfortable one for a lion. The candelabra tree carries toxic sap and a spined trunk, but its branches are strong enough to hold a lion's solid body, and it grows at a height where the prey's warning system stops working. At 5 meters up, the predator's scent is carried off by the wind. The cob herd below the tree is completely blind. Luckily, other sharp senses let the cob react in time. As for the lion, this new hunting method may not be for them. The olive baboon has one of the most complex alarm call systems. In the primate order, each predator triggers a distinct response. An eagle, a leopard. But tree-climbing lions are not in that catalogue. The Ishasha pride has worked this advantage for a long time. Some troops have started changing their protocol. They move in sync, in numbers large enough to break the ambush advantage of a predator overhead. Even so, this only cuts the losses. It does not reverse the equation. Most of the troop watches to avoid. Zuka watched, and he understands the lions of this land. Tamu is no anonymous lion, and Zuka will push that learning further. The goal is to flip the situation. Queen Elizabeth National Park is the crossroads of every direction of danger. But Uganda is more than this one national park. Across less than 400 kilometers, running west to east, Uganda holds more primate species than any country on the African continent. More than 20 species, from the mountain gorilla to nocturnal primates, most people have never heard of, have settled at a single geographic point. Windy impenetrable forest is the first direction. 310 square kilometers of forest in southwestern Uganda hold more than 459 mountain gorillas, roughly half the entire population of the species on the planet. Bwindi is dense enough, steep enough, and remote enough that no commercial hunter can reach it. Mountain gorillas share more than 98% of their DNA with humans. This animal shows social cognition. Once thought to be uniquely human, such as individual recognition or social power structures. Built on the history of relationships between individuals, a silverback eats more than 30 kilograms of plants a day, a female more than 18. To meet that demand without stripping any one area bare, the silverback keeps a mental map of the environment updated constantly, by season, by the state of the plants, and by the makeup of the group moving with him. Gorillas climb trees for fruit, up to 30 meters high, when ground sources run out with the season. This is the same vertical axis the Ishasha lions exploit, but in the exact opposite direction. The lion climbs up to attack down. The gorilla climbs up to find more. The vertical axis in Uganda is not just geography, it is a survival script that every large species must answer in its own way. In Kibale Forest, about 200 kilometers northeast of Bwindi, evolution found a completely different answer. The chimpanzee bets on the social network. The Kibale chimpanzee population has grown from 3,300 inches, 1,997, to more than 5,000 today. This is one of the few recorded cases of a recovering primate population this century. That recovery came from reduced hunting pressure and habitat restored year by year. Kibale is a rare conservation signal, a population that is rising rather than shrinking. Male chimpanzees have been recorded adopting and caring for unrelated young, a behavior extremely rare among animals. But within a chimpanzee's long-term social network, caring for an individual outside the bloodline is an investment in social standing. The chimpanzee does not act on feeling alone, but on complex social calculation. Chimpanzees organize hunts by assigned roles, including individuals who block the escape, who chase, and who ambush. That group coordination has been studied for decades and keeps producing new evidence of the species' collective planning. The gorilla bets on size as an attack vantage point. The baboons do not just lose a familiar food source. They lose a safe reference point in the survival map, coded over generations, and it turns into a source of danger. The troops' reflexes have no fitting answer for. Uganda has more than 1,000 bird species, the highest density of bird diversity in Africa by area. The shoebill hunts the papyrus swamps of Uganda. Its strategy is absolute stillness. The African fish eagle at the Kazinga Channel works the vertical axis in the opposite direction. What makes the fish eagle effective is its map of the water, where prey gathers by season, where it gathers by the hour, where it gathers as temperature and current shift. The fish eagle and the shoebill both use patience, but through two completely different designs. The grey-crowned crane appears on Uganda's national flag and on the grasslands of Queen Elizabeth National Park every morning. The bird a nation chooses for its flag often reflects something about how that nation understands itself. Uganda chose the crowned crane because it lives in every kind of terrain. Uganda holds savanna, forest border, grassland, riverbank, and because it's calm in all conditions, is the image Ugandans want tied to their identity. The diversity of Uganda's primates is proof of the many different ways to adapt to nature. When the environment is pushed to its limit, where dry cliffs replace dense forest and resources become scarce, the mantle baboon has raised the idea of alliance into the ultimate survival strategy. Assimilation. A dog's imprinting window lasts 6 weeks after birth. During that window, the puppy's brain is building its map of species recognition. After 6 weeks, that map closes for good. The baboon is not choosing at random. They know that window exists. Behaviorally, the puppy treats the baboon troop as its own social unit. Its brain learned this during the imprinting window. That social anchor, once it is set, cannot be erased later. In the language of primate behavior, grooming between two individuals is a signal of social alliance. This is a transaction. The dog's sense of smell beats the baboon's in low light and on terrain where scent carries before sound arrives. The sensory systems of both species combine into a danger detection network that reaches far beyond what either species has alone. The domestic dog, once potential prey for wild dogs, becomes an individual protected by a primate troop. The baboon actively creates the conditions for this relationship to exist by choosing the right partner, the right biological window, the right method of integration. Similar behavior has been recorded in many baboon and other primate populations across the continent. This is evidence of a level of social cognition, the ability to recognize a mutualism, opportunity, and act on it with calculation. The baboon does not just take part in the transaction. This primate seeks it out actively and accumulates those transactions systematically. The baboon has to assess each specific dog, each specific imprinting window, each specific context to decide whether that transaction is worth making. The alliance is not only between baboon and dog. Alliance is the operating principle of the entire wild survival system, and the baboon will apply that principle in the next step. The danger in Queen Elizabeth National Park does not fall. It changes species. The leopard is the only animal in this ecosystem that uses trees both ways, up to hide, down to attack, and works in light too low. For most prey to process visual information as fast as they do by day. The leopard's speed, the leopard's climbing ability, and the leopard's timing all at once create a set of advantages no prey species has a complete answer for. The lion and the leopard both use trees as an edge, but on two completely different logics. The lion uses the tree as a vantage point, climbing up to watch, climbing up to erase the chance of being caught by scent. The leopard uses the tree as a hide point, lying on a branch quiet enough that prey passes below without knowing. The lion attacks vertically from above. The leopard attacks horizontally from a hidden position. Two tree climbing strategies are two kinds of danger that cannot be solved by the same reflex. The olive baboon has alarm calls that tell leopard and lion apart. But an alarm call for a leopard at night requires the troop to detect the leopard first, and a leopard at night is fully optimized for not being seen before it attacks. An alarm call is only useful when there is enough information to set it off. At night, that gap is a dead gap. The olive baboon troop sleeps in tall trees. To cut contact with ground predators at night, the tree is tall enough that a leopard's climbing speed cannot reach them before the alarm goes off. Not a perfect solution, but enough to survive to the next morning. Survival does not require perfection. It requires being good enough to get through one more night. Daylight gives the light back. Safety does not come back with it. The African crowned eagle specializes in attacking small primates and the young. The crowned eagle's grip force concentrates in talons strong enough to cause serious injury to a small primate in a single contact. This is a threat from the air that neither leopard nor lion can reproduce, and that no ground reflex can solve. The baboon's alarm call for an eagle pulls the troop down into low brush. The alarm call for a lion in a tree scatters the troop across the ground. Those two responses contradict each other. A predator smart enough will know how to exploit that contradiction. For prey at Queen Elizabeth National Park, every direction is a potential direction of danger. Within that four-way pressure system, no position is completely safe. Every decision to move, every sleeping spot, every foraging route is a trade-off between kinds of danger. That pressure does not only drive individual adaptation, it drives social adaptation between species. This is not a fixed environment. This is an environment complex enough to push species to seek solutions no single species could find alone. Uganda does not reward the strongest. It rewards the one that reads the environment most accurately. The gorilla reads the terrain and chooses the fortress. The chimpanzee reads the social structure and chooses the network. The baboon reads the mutualism opportunity and builds an alliance no one imagined. The shoebill reads the water by the hour. The fish eagle reads the vertical axis in the direction opposite the lion. And the pressure from four directions does not fall. It accumulates by the year, by the generation. There is one more thing Zuka has not tried. Zuka is about to try it. It will be the thing no scientist believed could happen before it happened. Not because it is beyond the baboon's physical ability, but because to do it, the baboon has to read a gap that the species' entire evolutionary system was never asked to find. A gap in the armor of the top of the food chain. Not a physical gap, not a speed gap. A gap in the schedule. The specific window when the strongest in the ecosystem is not present on the terrain. The baboon has learned over months of watching. That gap has always been there. It is only that no species was ever prepared enough to see it and bold enough, in the cognitive sense, to act. In the brief window it opens. The last light of day stretches the shadow of the candelabra across the grassland. In the next few minutes, everything will change. In the first 6 to 8 weeks of life, a lion cub does not follow the pride when the lioness goes to hunt. Not by chance. The male baboon has watched long enough to know the lioness is not there. The male baboon has gathered enough information about a gap in the absolute protection of a single mother. An adult lioness has every physical advantage to decide the outcome against a male olive baboon. Speed, strength, and size all lean toward the lion. In the tree, that equation reverses completely. The baboon is on home turf, with reflexes and a limb structure optimized for the 3 dimensions of the canopy. The lion cub is small, not heavy enough, not skilled enough at climbing, not strong enough to get itself out of that terrain. In the language of primate behavior, holding without killing is dominance. The baboon is controlling, the most valuable resource of its rival. Zuka controls the board. Both Zuka and Tamu's cub survived that day. The world goes on, as if it had known this all along. This is not defensive behavior in the ordinary sense. This is not territorial behavior. This is a calculated preemptive strategy, based on predicting another species' behavior, carried out on terrain chosen on purpose. This is evidence of situational intelligence, the ability to read a specific situation and act, a survival tool more effective than any other. And this is what Uganda gives to the species that live long enough to learn it. Zuka returns to the troop. There is no celebration. The troop keeps to the morning's foraging route, as if nothing had happened. Because, by the species' survival logic, nothing really did happen, except a decision. That led to an outcome, and life continues from that outcome. This is the most defining trait of real survival intelligence. There is no celebration. There is only the next step. Zuka sits on the outer edge of the troop, the spot with the longest view. That spot does not change. It does not mean nothing changed. The events of that morning were integrated into the store of behavioral data Zuka has built over months. That store took on one more point about the system's capability, one point about the rival's reaction, and one point about the gap in the armor of the one with superior size and strength. The olive baboon takes no notes. The olive baboon does not talk. But the olive baboon remembers, and that memory carries weight in every decision that follows. There is no crown to win in this ecosystem. Zuka proved one thing, that here, intelligence has real, measurable value. That value does not come from size or speed. It comes from reading the specific environment accurately enough to act in the right window of time, on the right terrain, with the right strategy. That is what Uganda prepared Zuka for across a lifetime, by setting a test that only intelligence can pass. Among Kibali's 13 diurnal primate species, and among Uganda's more than 20 primate species, no species is like another. No strategy is like another. But all are doing the same thing, surviving in the best way they can, with the tools evolution prepared for them, in an environment no one designed for them. The olive baboon troop at Queen Elizabeth National Park does not mark time by the year. Each day is a set of new decisions, including new foraging routes, new sleeping spots, reassessing the risk from predators, and new individuals moving through the territory. Accumulated knowledge is not stored in language or symbol. It is coded into behavior patterns, into reflexes tuned over many trials, into a body memory of the terrain and of the behavior of specific individuals in that environment. The young baboons in the troop are learning through observation, through following the older individuals, through testing each small behavior in a safe setting. This is how survival intelligence is passed on. When an older baboon dies, the troop loses more than one individual. It loses a living library of that environment, but that does not stop the troop from continuing to learn. Queen Elizabeth National Park wakes at dawn. Every species is doing the same first act of the day, connecting with its group. The gorilla silverback at Windy begins the day with grooming inside the group. Grooming is not a ritual. It is the maintenance protocol for the social network. In a group where every individual depends on every other to survive, keeping that thread of connection matters more than anything that could be filled by food. A 220-kilogram silverback with muscle mass enough to change the outcome of nearly any physical conflict in the ecosystem begins the day with silence. This is peace. At Kibale, the young chimpanzees are playing. Every fall, every gentle wrestle, every climb and drop back down is a lesson. Empathy is not uniquely human. The male chimpanzee adopting a single-parent young proved that with specific observational data. The young chimpanzees playing together are learning it every day, from the body's reaction to touching another body, from the feel of the social thread, as it is made and as it breaks. The African fish eagle at the Kazinga Channel stands on its familiar spot, a waterside branch used long enough that the talon marks are pressed into the bark. The predator repeats, because that spot has been confirmed as optimal for the purpose of hunting. Tens of thousands of Uganda kob move across the grassland, north of Queen Elizabeth National Park along the same route. The herd has travelled for generations. The kob move together, ears up, eyes scanning, the sensory system running at a constant baseline. Tamu lies on the candelabra branch, an ordinary morning like any other. Tamu keeps nothing special from that morning. The order of the pride does not change. Life goes on. It does not mean Tamu lost. It means Tamu is doing exactly what evolution prepared her for. And what evolution prepared for Tamu is enough to survive in most situations. But most is not all human decision. That is both hope and responsibility. In 1980, the elephant population at Queen Elizabeth National Park was nearly wiped out. War and large-scale poaching drove the numbers down to a level many ecologists called the point of no return. The ecosystem cannot run right without elephants, and the elephants could not recover alone. Today, about 5,000 elephants live in Uganda. That population recovered thanks to a human decision to protect it and let nature do the rest. 40 years. A part of one human lifetime, enough time for a species near extinction to recover to ecological function. An ecosystem can recover. If humans let it recover, the baboon's enemy is not the lion. The baboon's enemy is a strand of snare wire. It is the cleared field. It is the new road cut across the territory. The troop has used for generations. Under the constant pressure bearing down on the environment and the animals, conservation decisions have to be made without pause. This is the greatest battle in Uganda. Humans are the variable that decides the outcome. Ecotourism in Uganda brings in revenue every year. About 80% of that revenue is tied directly to the protected areas, including the Bwindi forest with its gorillas. Uganda rewards the one that learned to handle the unpredictable. The olive baboon proved this. Among Uganda's more than 20 primate species, no species is like another. The gorilla chooses strength and impenetrable terrain. The chimpanzee chooses the social network and group size. The olive baboon chooses flexibility and mutualism and situational intelligence. But all are doing the same thing, surviving in the best way they can, with the tools evolution prepared for them, in an environment no one designed for any species. And all those answers, from the simplest to the most complex, deserve to exist. This is the image that begins this story. And this is also the image that ends it. Tomorrow morning, Tamu will be on that branch again. The baboon troop will move through that area again, Uganda, where intelligence chose not to run. No one is born a legend. A legend is forged only in battle. Every scar carries a price paid, and only the strongest are remembered. Sunlight pours down on the Serengeti. Like molten copper spilling across the plain, there is only the heavy heat, shimmering off the ground in waves, invisible. And then a roar rips the silence apart. That roar carries nearly 5 miles, about 8 kilometers across the savannah, echoing back from distant acacia stands, trembling on the horizon. The male lion who rules here, with a mane like a crown, thick and dark, the unmistakable sign of surging testosterone and countless life or death battles, survived, has held this pride for more than 2 years. Yet, the average reign of a male lion lasts only 2 to 3 years. The challenger is a coalition of nomadic male lions. They are younger, hungrier, and far more reckless. Each weighs more than 180 kilograms. Muscles rippling beneath tanned hide, darkened by years of rain and sun, they close the distance under the scorching midday heat. Every step is slow and calculated, as if counting down to the inevitable. In the kingdom of the Serengeti, power is taken by muscle, by fang, by claw, and by blood. Far off below a dense stand of acacia, a shape slips through the tall grass without a sound. This is the leopard, the most solitary hunter on the Serengeti plain. Its spotted coat blends perfectly into the interplay of sun and shade, filtered through the canopy above. The leopard bolts forward, accelerating up to 58 kilometers per hour in a burst that blurs the eye. Its jaws lock onto the prey. With a bite of about 300 pounds per square inches, smaller than a lion's but precise enough to end everything in an instant. Yet on the Serengeti, bringing down the prey is only half the battle. The smell of fresh blood spreads fast across the open grassland, and the lion is never far away. A male lion appears from behind the stand of trees, moving in with heavy, menacing steps. The leopard does not choose to fight. It knows its own weight is not even half its rival's. Instead, it does something extraordinary, clamping its jaws around a carcass nearly twice its own body weight and hauling it up into the sky, high into a tall tree. The male lion stands below, lifting its eyes, but cannot follow. This is the leopard's strategy. When you cannot win by strength, you win by cunning and by agility. But there is another power on the Serengeti plain, not as strong as the lion, not as fast as the leopard, but smarter than both of them. The spotted hyena, the most misunderstood carnivore in Africa. Most people assume they are only scavengers, feeding off the spoils of other species. The truth is far more astonishing. Hyenas are extremely effective hunters, and they hold the most complex social structure. Among land-living mammals, their jaws produce the strongest bite force. Among land carnivores, enough to crush a femur. But the hyena's most fearsome weapon is not in its jaws. It is in its brain. Hyenas live in fission-fusion societies, groups that constantly split and gather again, depending on circumstance. Before any confrontation, they do something remarkable. They count the number of rivals. If they find themselves outnumbered, they will withdraw. Not out of fear, but out of calculation and a clear grasp of the odds. And when patrolling the territory's border, they stage a chorus, dozens of whoops rising in unison, like a collective vote to decide whether to advance or fall back. A hyena clan can reach up to 80 individuals, and each one knows its exact position. In the hierarchy, it is this collective intelligence that forced the leopard to haul its prey up a tree, because the hyena always moves with the many, and a lone leopard can never stand against a whole clan. We have just walked together through the rawest cuts of the battle between survival intelligence and raw muscle in Uganda. Which animal in today's episode made you change the way you see the wild? Was it the situational strategy of Zuka the baboon, or the ultimate hunting instinct of Tamu the lion? Leave your experience in the comments. Your understanding is the true tribute to these wild animals. Do not forget to hit like and subscribe to join me on the field trips ahead, where we will keep decoding the most mysterious survival codes. And if you want to explore more wild animals, keep watching at Win or Die. Full episode, Deadliest Battles for Survival or Lion Attack, the Mapogo Battle for Survival.
Amid the early rains of 2025, as the Mopane Savannah in North Luangwa National Park soaked in the showers and life stirred back to motion after the dry season, an unfamiliar figure emerged. It was the Thornycroft's giraffe, a giraffe species found nowhere else in the world, known only from South Luangwa National Park, with a population of fewer than 600 individuals. The sighting of 3 individuals deep inside North Luangwa, recorded by the North Luangwa Conservation Project, took researchers by surprise. Not a case of getting lost. This was a clear ecological sign. North Luangwa is recovering. The environment here, harsh yet steady, has become resilient enough to welcome back these long-necked wanderers after decades of absence. They appeared like proud, towering shadows stepping out of Eden's memory, a gentle echo of the sacred promise in Isaiah 43:19. Behold, I am doing a new thing. I will make a way in the wilderness. But North Luangwa National Park is not all serenity. The chase begins as lion and buffalo face off in a land cracked open by burning heat, where survival instincts leave no room for hesitation. An antelope risks everything just to touch its lips to a shallow pool, while the hyena still lingers awake. This is North Luangwa National Park, wild, unfiltered, with only the wind's whistle for company. Now, for you watching this video, around where you live, is there a place that still holds on to its untamed beauty like North Luangwa? Share it with us in the comments below. As the rainy season fades, North Luangwa enters the dry season with an unusual beauty, quiet, harsh, and deeply captivating. The skies turn clear and unbroken, with almost zero rainfall from May through October. Daytime temperatures range from 25 to 35 degrees Celsius, reaching up to 40 degrees Celsius during drought years. But on June and July nights, the air turns crisp, with temperatures dipping below 10 degrees Celsius. Dry southeastern winds sweep across the Mopane Savannah, cracking the earth like the aged skin of an elephant. The Luangwa River slowly recedes, leaving behind isolated waterholes, now arenas of survival for both predator and prey. By the end of the dry season, smoke from natural or controlled fires fills the air, painting sunsets in red and filling the atmosphere with the scent of burnt dust, as if this land is breathing through ashes. Fire consumes, yet it also prepares the ground for new life, just like the seeds that wait for flame to burst open and rise from the ashes. During the dry season, the Mopane savanna becomes a corridor of survival. This is the most distinctive ecological zone of the Luangwa Valley, covering much of the lowland area of North Luangwa National Park. Many animal species gather around the remaining waterholes, while predators lurk in the shadows, using the open terrain and low shrubs to ambush their prey. And as the sun begins to fade, the African wild dog becomes the most striking presence of all. In the parched Mopane savanna of North Luangwa, they appear like long-distance warriors, resilient and masterfully coordinated. African wild dogs are among the most successful hunters in Africa. Their strength doesn't come from muscle, but from flawless teamwork. Every individual knows its role. During the dry season, when visibility opens up and shrubs grow low, they use the open terrain to surround and drive their prey into well-calculated dead ends. Packs usually hunt at dawn or in the late afternoon, when the heat has eased and prey is most exhausted. Once they lock onto a target, they don't give up. Able to sustain speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour for several minutes, combined with their sharp turns and tireless persistence, they can wear down even large herds through sheer, relentless pressure. African wild dogs don't need to drink water as often as many other animals. They get most of their hydration from the organs and blood of their prey, which contains 70 to 80% water. When they do drink, it's usually early in the morning or late in the day, when temperatures are cooler and there's less risk of running into rivals. They move in packs to waterholes, always leaving a few on guard while the others lower their heads to drink, quickly, cautiously, and then they move on. When not hunting, they divide responsibilities, finding waterholes, guarding pups, and watching over their territory. Despite the dry conditions, they are not just surviving, they're thriving. But that's not the case everywhere. Across Africa, the African wild dog population is critically low. Fewer than 6,600 individuals remain, with fewer than 1,400 mature adults. Classified as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, this elite wild canine faces a fragile future. Threats loom from every direction: diseases from domestic dogs, human conflict, habitat loss due to agricultural development, and reproductive isolation caused by fragmented populations. Packs are being driven out, migration routes cut off, and their natural ability to regenerate in the wild is fading. Amid these growing challenges, North Luangwa stands as one of their last strongholds. North Luangwa remains a quiet fortress, where wild dog populations are strictly protected, living within an untouched wilderness and maintaining their complex social structure. It is now home to one of Zambia's largest populations of African wild dogs, second only to its neighbor, South Luangwa. Here, the North Luangwa Conservation Program, in partnership with international organizations and the Zambian Carnivore Program, has launched rescue initiatives. These efforts help establish continuous habitat corridors, monitor each wild dog pack, and prevent disease through vaccination and genetic tracking. Equally important, community education around the park has significantly reduced conflict between people and wildlife. One of the key reasons leopards must haul their prey into trees quickly is the presence of spotted hyena clans, famous for stealing kills and ready to take action at any moment. But in the dry Mopane savanna of North Luangwa, the spotted hyena asserts its role as a formidable predator, not merely the thief it's so often mistaken for. Although there are no specific reports on spotted hyena populations in North Luangwa, comparisons to similar ecosystems like the Serengeti and Ngorongoro crater offer a glimpse into their potential lives here. Contrary to the common misconception that spotted hyenas are mainly scavengers, they are actually highly skilled hunters. According to research by Hans Kruk, up to 98% of their food comes from active hunting, sometimes matching the effectiveness of lions. Even with a hunting success rate of just around 30%, their persistence allows them to thrive in intensely competitive environments. Spotted hyenas live within a matriarchal social structure, led by older females, which enhances group hunting efficiency. They often form large clans of 20 to 80 individuals, with a complex social hierarchy similar to that of Cercopithecine monkeys, providing strong support for coordinated hunting and territory defense. Hunting typically takes place during nighttime and the early morning hours. When the air is cool and low, dry grass makes it easier to approach prey. They reach average chase speeds of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, sustained for up to 5 minutes, long enough to bring down prey before losing momentum. The hyena's jaw has been compared to a steel clamp, with a bite force among the strongest in the Hyenidae family, up to 4,500 newtons. This immense power allows it to crush even the largest bones from giraffes or buffalo. This bone-cracking ability helps them sustain energy during the dry season when food is harder to come by. In North Luangwa, spotted hyenas also serve as nature's cleanup crew, consuming every remaining scrap and playing a key role in the natural cycle. As water becomes scarce during the dry season, spotted hyena clans gather near isolated waterholes, hotspots that also attract herbivores, turning into communal feeding grounds. What's notable is that when they lose a hard-earned catch to stronger individuals, hyenas often regroup and reclaim it through sheer numbers and persistence, their skill and coordination often surpassing that of solitary predators like the leopard. Another predator that consistently claims a top spot on the list in North Luangwa is the leopard, scientifically known as Panthera pardus. With a sleek, agile body and a rosette-patterned coat that nearly disappears under the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, it takes full advantage of the few remaining shadows in this landscape to approach its prey. Hasty paw prints pressed into hard soil, eyes glinting beneath sparse leaves, and a fresh catch being dragged up into the mopane branches. A familiar tactic, but one that never loses its edge. In a land where lion and spotted hyena hunt the same targets, stashing a meal in the trees is a matter of survival for the leopard. What's remarkable is that they can haul prey twice their body weight up into tall, sloping branches, a feat of stamina and precision. There isn't much shade to rest in, and even fewer open water sources. But the leopard doesn't need that. It gets most of its water intake from its prey, a trait that allows this big cat to remain steady amid the dry, rugged mopane landscape. The remaining waterholes lie deep among rock outcrops or beneath shadowed mopane hollows. These are also where antelope and warthog often gather, creating quiet but promising hunting grounds. The leopard usually strikes from higher ground or through dense cover, timing its approach at dawn or dusk, when light is low and its prey's senses are dulled. After a lightning-fast pounce, reaching speeds of 36 to 58 kilometers per hour, it drags the carcass away from the scene, vanishing as if it were never there. Few people know that leopards can swim. They're not natural swimmers like tigers, but they can cross shallow streams or pursue prey across broken creek beds, a true testament to their adaptability. And here's another interesting detail. If you've ever seen a black panther and thought it was an entirely different species of cat, that's a common misconception. They're not a separate species at all, but leopards with a genetic mutation for melanin, giving them a deep black coat. In low light, if you look closely, you can still make out the ghostly rosette patterns faintly visible on their dark fur, like a living shadow gliding through the forest, both familiar and mysterious. Standing out against the grassland backdrop, the Cookson's wildebeest moves steadily forward, each step echoing a rhythm of survival woven deep into its lifeblood. As a subspecies unique to the Luangwa Valley, this group of wildebeest lives in large herds, known for their sturdy build, compact horns and ears, and remarkable tolerance for dry conditions. During the dry season, they keep moving to find the last patches of grass or young mopan leaves to replace the now scarce fresh grass, their primary food source. They face predators that use the low shrubs and open terrain to stage ambushes. To stay safe, they stick close in large numbers, stay constantly alert, lower their heads, clash horns with would-be hunters, and shield their calves in a tight circle, a survival tactic that works. This population shows extraordinary endurance. They can travel hundreds of kilometers and climb rugged slopes in search of food and water, a rare feat among wildebeest subspecies. When the rains return, mothers quickly give birth after about 8.5 months of pregnancy, following the same reproductive strategy as blue wildebeest. Unlike the wildebeest, the honey badger doesn't choose defense. It faces venomous snakes and large predators head-on. When dust coats the ground and grass disappears, it still hunts alone, weaving through dry thickets with a low, solid gait and sharp, alert eyes. What makes this small creature stand out is its almost unbelievable boldness. Measuring just about 70 centimeters in length and weighing under 12 kilograms, it carries a fearless spirit that even larger predators approach with caution. If you believe size determines dominance, the honey badger will make you think again. When faced with bigger hunters, it doesn't run. Instead, it turns around, growls, and lunges straight at its opponent's face or legs. Its secret lies in its thick, loose skin, allowing it to twist and counter even when pinned down. Its strong jaws can pierce through tough hides, and the scent gland at its rear can send any challenger retreating. But more remarkable still is its resistance to snake venom. The honey badger's body has a unique mutation in the nicotinic acetylcholine receptor, the very receptor snake venom targets to paralyze the nervous system. This mutation changes the shape of the receptor, preventing venom from dangerous snakes like the puff adder or cobra from binding effectively. So, even after being bitten, the honey badger may pass out for a few hours, then wake up, get back on its feet, and resume the hunt. But the honey badger isn't just a master of defense. It's a bold, opportunistic hunter, digging into hard soil, raiding insect nests, crunching small bones, cracking open rodent shells, and even devouring beehives, unfazed by stings. Some individuals have even been observed trailing leopard tracks, waiting for leftovers. If the Mopane Savanna is a harsh challenge, then the Luangwa River floodplain is the heart of hope, a place that holds on to the last lifelines during the dry season. The Luangwa River floodplain is one of the most vital and dynamic ecosystems within North Luangwa National Park. During the dry season, as the flow of the Luangwa River dwindles, the entire floodplain undergoes a dramatic transformation. As the water recedes, muddy flats emerge, forming narrow but nutrient-rich wetlands, a rare lifeline for flood-tolerant vegetation and short grasses growing along the banks. A giant cat reigning at the top of the ecosystem, the lion is preparing to enter the dry season's battle for survival. As the Luangwa River slowly retreats, the floodplains become dotted with isolated waterholes, unwilling gathering points for both prey and predators. And in this setting, the lion takes center stage in the entire biological chain. Unlike other big cats like the leopard or cheetah, the lion, scientifically known as Panthera leo, is the only one that lives in tightly knit social groups, with each individual holding a defined role. Lionesses are in charge of hunting, working together in a fan-like formation to surround their target, often large mammals. They are smaller, faster, and better positioned for coordinated group chases. Male lions, though larger and more powerful, spend most of their time defending territory and protecting the pride, especially the young. In the harsh dry season, where low grass and leafless trees create clear sightlines, lions make full use of shadows and riverbank ridges for ambush, turning the floodplain into an ideal hunting stage. Most hunts take place at dawn or dusk to avoid the daytime heat that can reach up to 35 degrees Celsius. Each hunt lasts just a few minutes, but is carefully planned. When the prey is taken down, the male eats first, regardless of the lioness's efforts, reflecting the species' distinct social hierarchy. Throughout the dry season, lion prides also claim waterholes to survive and to control prey migration, a form of ecological dominance. Their presence even forces herbivores to adjust their movement and feeding patterns, indirectly helping preserve the riverside vegetation structure. According to 2024 data from the Zambian Carnivore Program, North Luangwa has one of the highest lion densities in Zambia, with over 8 individuals per 100 square kilometers. This impressive density indicates a strong enough ecosystem to support a top-tier predator. Lions are also known for a unique behavior: roaring together, a synchronized call that strengthens social bonds and asserts territorial claim. In the dry floodplain, that roar can echo up to 8 kilometers, a silent message. This territory is not easily taken. In this unforgiving land, the lion is not just a predator. It is a symbol of power, discipline, and order. These traits are what keep them firmly at the top of the ecological pyramid during the searing dry season in North Luangwa. In this sweltering heat, one might assume that the giants would struggle most. But the African elephant stands as a mighty warrior, battling the elements with grace. Within the Luangwa River floodplain, elephant herds have endured for thousands of years, even actively reshaping the ecosystem through their intelligence, unity, and extraordinary adaptability. This species exhibits a classic matriarchal social structure, with each herd led by an older female. Her leadership isn't based on strength, but on spatial memory and decision-making skills, crucial factors in guiding the herd through the harsh, dry season. African elephant herds can travel up to 30 kilometers per day in search of water, relying on the matriarch's ability to recall dozens of seasonal water sources with remarkable precision. But their impact goes beyond water seeking. African elephants make mud. Using their tusks or front legs, they can break through hardened soil to form shallow depressions that temporarily hold water. This behavior benefits many smaller species as well. That's why, in ecology, elephants are known as ecosystem engineers. Their trunk, containing more than 40,000 individual muscles, is a survival tool. African elephants use this remarkable organ to pluck leaves, snap branches, dig for water beneath cracked earth, and even create water holes for other animals. A single adult elephant can draw up 10 to 12 liters of water in one go, helping its body stay regulated even as daytime temperatures exceed 35 degrees Celsius. This region is also referred to as Zambia's elephant stronghold due to its high population density and visible social dynamics. Beyond sharing food and helping raise young, elephants also exhibit mourning rituals for fallen members, something incredibly rare in the animal kingdom. Amid the dry and risk-laden floodplain, their endurance, discipline, and emotional depth have made the African elephant one of Africa's most socially profound and resilient creatures. The dry season brings about a synchronized rhythm among many animal species, and Crochet's zebra also rises early to begin its daily journey of survival. This is a subspecies unique to the Luangwa Valley, easily recognized by its dense black stripes with no brown shadowing in between. On the shallow savanna of the Luangwa River floodplain, zebra herds gather early along the grassy riverbanks, areas that still hold moisture and fresh young plants. Data from the Frankfurt Zoological Society shows that during the dry season, zebra herds, like other grazers, must travel tens of kilometers each day in search of water and tender grasses. Their survival hinges on moving in large groups, which offers protection from predators and helps quickly locate water sources. As the Luangwa River recedes, isolated water holes become gathering points for all life. Experienced zebras lead the herd there early in the morning before the sun climbs to a scorching 33 degrees Celsius. This timing allows them to drink sufficiently and feed on moisture-rich grasses, minimizing the need to travel further during the heat of the day. The tougher the conditions, the more small animals reveal their hidden strengths. The caracal is a medium-sized wild cat, easily recognized by its upright ears tipped with black tufts, like desert antennae. And it's this unique feature that helps it pinpoint sounds with remarkable accuracy across the busy Luangwa River floodplain. Rather than competing with larger predators, it follows its own distinct strategy, targeting small prey, stalking silently, and striking in a flash. With vertical leaps reaching up to 3 meters, the caracal can snatch birds straight from mid-air. In North Luangwa, caracals show a relatively high survival rate during the dry season among small cats, thanks to their flexible diet and superb ability to hide within the still damp mudflats along the river. Also a large animal that prefers to keep a low profile near swamps and cool mudflats, the African buffalo often uses these spots to regulate body temperature and fend off insects and parasites. But in the dry season, the top priority shifts to fulfilling its role as a great family that dominates the Luangwa River floodplain in a collective effort to survive. Buffalo herds can reach into the hundreds, gathering around isolated waterholes, where the remaining water becomes vital during this parched season. According to a report by Crafted Africa, these herds are sometimes so massive they're described as huge herds, occasionally reaching up to 1,000 individuals. During the dry months, when daytime temperatures soar to 35 degrees Celsius with no rain, African buffaloes depend mainly on riverside grasses and moist mudflats for grazing and drinking. Each day, the herd moves an average of 4 to 6 kilometers, searching for food and hidden water sources within the mud, based on observed behavior from Ruaha National Park in Tanzania. Though they are prime targets for lions and other large predators, African buffaloes are far from easy prey. When cornered, the herd can form a living wall, horns raised high, ready to counter. This defensive formation is enough to make even lions think twice. African buffaloes play a key role in the upper food chain and help create focal points of life, influencing the migration habits of other grazers. As noted by an ecologist from North Luangwa Conservation in 2023, buffalo keep the floodplain from falling silent. They are the connective thread of the entire ecosystem. As the dry season closes with its final hot gusts and the ground begins to soften under the first drops of rain, North Luangwa enters a completely different phase. The entire land seems to awaken. From November to April, the region receives between 700 and 1,200 millimeters of rainfall, with the heaviest showers typically falling between December and February. Temperatures range from 22 to 30 degrees Celsius, and the rising humidity makes the air heavy, but full of life. Cracked earth turns slippery and muddy, fresh grass blankets the Mopane savanna, and trees burst into new growth across the Mayombo woodland. The landscape transforms in dramatic fashion. No more smoke or heavy footprints, just a brilliant green stretching all the way to the horizon. This is the season of renewal. As floodwaters cover the plains, more adaptable species turn toward higher ground, where the escarpment Miombo quietly transforms with the arrival of the rains. The rugged plateau edge of North Luangwa takes on an entirely new appearance when the first rains fall. Stretching across elevations from 900 to over 1,300 meters, this landscape was shaped by ancient geological faults, forming sheer cliffs and narrow valleys surrounded by the region's signature Miombo woodland. With the onset of the rainy season, the once hardened red soil is moistened, triggering a dramatic resurgence of life. As peak rainy season paints the slopes of the escarpment Miombo in lush green, troops of vervet monkeys quickly seize the opportunity to reorganize their way of life. Low-hanging Brachystegia branches, where soft light filters through the damp forest canopy, become ideal shelters for troops ranging from 10 to 50 individuals. With their silvery grey coats and distinct black faces, vervet monkeys are easy to identify. But their social behavior makes them even more remarkable. They often stay near water sources or forest edges, where tree roots retain moisture and attract small creatures that serve as food. Their seasonal memory allows vervets to know exactly when and where syzygium or marula trees begin to bear fruit. This helps them move strategically and conserve energy efficiently. Vervets possess a highly complex vocal alarm system. Each type of call alerts the group to different threats, from snakes to birds of prey. During the rainy season, when thick foliage and falling rain muffle sound, this system becomes even more vital for group safety. Though primarily fruit eaters, vervet monkeys play a key role in seed dispersal and insect control, helping to stabilize the Miombo ecosystem along the escarpment's edge. They may lack large size or aggression, but vervet monkeys stand as a testament to intelligence, perseverance, and adaptability, traits essential to surviving in this rain-drenched, challenging terrain. While most animals flock to the lowlands during the rainy season to enjoy the abundance of water, the roan antelope chooses a different path. It heads up into the escarpment Miombo, where the forest comes back to life and mist blankets the foothills. With a sturdy frame reaching up to 2.4 meters in length and weighing as much as 300 kilograms, this antelope is one of the largest species on the African continent. Its most distinctive feature, easily recognizable from afar, is the pair of curved horns sweeping backward and a striking black and white face that resembles an ancient mask. The rainy season creates ideal conditions for roan antelope to break away from larger herds and live in smaller groups of 5 to 10 individuals in open woodland. This helps reduce competition for food and avoid the high predator density of the floodplain. Abundant rainfall allows Miombo vegetation to regenerate quickly, providing tall, nutrient-rich grasses, perfect for their broad muzzle. The roan antelope's mouth structure is a key evolutionary trait that enhances its ability to adapt. Unlike many antelope species with narrow snouts, the roan antelope has a wide muzzle and strong jaws, covered by thick lips. This allows them to tear and chew coarse, tall grasses, often found in clumps along forest edges and hillsides. The thick canopy and deep leaf litter of the escarpment Miombo create a hunting paradise for the banded mongoose. This small carnivore lives in groups of 10 to over 40 individuals, moving constantly through rock crevices, dense undergrowth, and the bases of large trees, like a well-coordinated scout team. Each group has clearly defined roles. Some individuals scout ahead, others stand guard, and the rest dig through the soft soil in search of prey. What's most remarkable is their ability to hunt snakes. including venomous species like the puff adder. When a target is spotted, the group surrounds it and uses a coordinated distraction and counter strategy to quickly subdue the prey. Rain triggers an explosion of insects and amphibians, creating a rich food supply for the banded mongoose. At the same time, the dense forest canopy and rocky terrain offer excellent cover from larger predators. In a season when the forest bursts to life, small but united species like these become key players, controlling snake and insect populations and helping to keep the Miombo woodland ecosystem in balance. And what if we look upward, toward the towering cliffs? There, you'll find the southern carmine bee-eater, a bird cloaked in vivid pink-red, standing out boldly against the lush green of the escarpment Miombo during the rainy season. As vegetation blankets the rocky slopes, flocks of bee-eaters appear in full force, moving like hovering dancers in pursuit of flying insects. This bird is small, with a wingspan of only 30 to 35 centimeters, yet its speed and aerial agility are truly remarkable. They primarily feed on bees, butterflies, dragonflies, and other flying insects, hunting by darting from high branches or gliding low along cliff faces. One of their most distinctive behaviors is communal nesting. Dozens to hundreds of pairs dig into soft earthen banks near streams or hillsides, creating a dense network of nesting tunnels. Each burrow can reach 1 to 2 meters deep, providing protection for eggs and chicks from harsh weather and predators. The rainy season is both breeding time and a grand stage for the southern carmine bee-eater to display its beauty and its extraordinary survival skills in the heart of the wild mountain forest. At the Luangwa River floodplain, as rainfall intensifies from December onward, the Luangwa River expands its reach, spilling over the banks to form a network of channels and oxbow lagoons. Fresh grass shoots up at an astonishing rate, partly fueled by the rich sediment deposited during each river swell. As a result, animals spread out more widely and gather less frequently in single locations, even though the floodplain remains the central hub of activity. The rainy season in the Luangwa River floodplain is a time of renewal, and it is also the story of the black rhinoceros here. When the first rains fall, the ground softens and vegetation explodes into life. This is when the black rhino enters its most active phase of the year. Unlike the dry season, when they stay hidden in dense thickets to conserve moisture, the rainy season allows rhinos to expand their territory, move more freely, and graze constantly to build up energy. With softened ground, they use their horns and feet to scrape paths and trails through tall grass, both to forage and to mark territory. The behavior of rubbing horns against tree trunks is observed more frequently during the wet season, partly instinctive, partly to remove mud and debris clinging to their skin. Each individual can consume up to 50 kilograms of grass and leaves per day, helping manage vegetation and maintain the ecological balance along the riverside. Because they are solitary and extremely sensitive to sound, black rhinos often visit muddy flats and shallow waterholes in the early morning. Beyond drinking, they coat themselves in mud, which helps repel insects and cool their skin in the humid heat of the rainy season. Observations from 2024 have also recorded an increase in sightings near open clearings, reflecting their flexible behavior as young grass spreads across the floodplain. Classified as critically endangered, the black rhinoceros vanished from Zambia for nearly 2 decades. but its steady recovery in North Luangwa, the only region with a naturally regenerating population, has become a symbol of success in wildlife conservation. And now, every quiet step they take in the rainy season stands as proof that nature can heal if given the right protection, just like the original call in Genesis 2:15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it, to serve and care for creation with faithful stewardship. The return of the black rhino is both a biological triumph and a powerful response to the sacred responsibility humanity was entrusted with from the beginning. In contrast, amid the flood-soaked Luangwa River floodplain, the African clawless otter appears like a graceful water dancer. Unlike ambush predators such as the Nile crocodile that lie in wait, the otter glides effortlessly, using its dexterous front paws to snatch up small fish, shrimp, and crabs. It then swims ashore, where it can eat and play at the edge of deep water and murky mud. According to a 2024 study by Stephanie Giselle Nicolaides from the University of Western Cape, otters have a rather unusual hunting method. They use their long whiskers and nimble paws to scoop prey from beneath the muddy layer, demonstrating remarkable adaptation to the rain-heavy, sediment-rich floodplain environment. This behavior is most commonly observed in the late afternoon, when competition with larger predators like leopards or crocodiles is reduced. An adult clawless otter typically lives alone, occasionally appearing in small groups of 2 to 3 during the breeding season. Thanks to excellent thermoregulation, they can swim continuously for hours in high water levels without losing body heat. Clawless otters are omnivores. Fish make up the bulk of their diet, accounting for over 60% of total biomass, according to floodplain data in Zambia. Some individuals have even been seen trailing fishermen to scavenge fish caught in nets, further evidence of their flexible foraging habits. Amid the vast waterscape, with their deliberate swimming, muddy bank foraging, and whisker-guided hunting through aquatic vegetation, the African clawless otter is a living emblem of adaptability in the Luangwa ecosystem. They may not be the strongest, but they are perfect survivors in nature's ever-changing rhythms. As the rainy season returns to North Luangwa, the Luangwa River rises and spreads into a network of winding channels and oxbow lagoons across the floodplain. This is also the time when the Nile crocodile, an ancient creature dating back to the time of dinosaurs, enters its most effective hunting season of the year. Hidden beneath murky water, with only its eyes and part of its snout visible, the Nile crocodile is the very definition of ecological invisibility. By remaining completely still, it blends seamlessly into the landscape, leaving prey unaware of the danger until it's far too late. Nile crocodiles are massive. Adult individuals average between 4 and 6 meters in length and can weigh up to 600 kilograms. But what truly sets them apart is their extraordinary bite force, 22,400 newtons, equal to over 2.2 metric tons of pressure. This is one of the strongest bite forces ever recorded in the animal kingdom, far exceeding that of lions or any other predators in North Luangwa. Their hunting strategy is based on surprise and absolute control. When prey, often fish, water birds, or animals coming to drink, enters range, the strike is delivered with near-instant speed. The target is then pulled into the water and subjected to a death roll, a violent spinning motion that tears flesh, breaks bones, and eliminates resistance in seconds. According to research by Vladimir Dinets at the University of Tennessee, published in Ethology, Ecology, and Evolution, Nile crocodiles do not always hunt alone. This behavior, known as temporary group coordination, has been observed during large fish runs an extremely rare phenomenon among reptiles. In the rainy season, as prey spreads out, Nile crocodiles position themselves strategically in shallow waters, exploiting bottlenecks like narrow streams, river mouths, or muddy banks to increase hunting success. Even more fascinating, crocodiles can hold their breath for up to 2 hours, thanks to an unusually high tolerance for lactic acid buildup in their blood. This allows them to stake out deep water ambushes or wait patiently for the perfect moment, without ever surfacing. Another large animal that fully comes to life during the rainy season in the Luangwa River floodplain is the hippopotamus. As the Luangwa River rises, spilling into side channels and oxbow lagoons, the hippo becomes the undisputed ruler of the shallow waters. Throughout the day, they remain submerged, barely moving, to regulate body temperature, surfacing only every few minutes to breathe before slipping back underwater. But when dusk falls, the hippos quietly leave the river, following well-worn trails to the flooded grasslands, where each individual may consume up to 40 kilograms of fresh grass each night. The rainy season is a time for both feeding and breeding, and dominant males become especially territorial and aggressive. Clashes are frequent as they battle for position within the herd and access to females, resulting in dramatic confrontations across misty waters. Weighing up to 1,800 kilograms and capable of opening their jaws to 150 degrees, the hippopotamus has no real rivals in this environment. While adult hippos are generally avoided by predators, the calves remain vulnerable, making vigilance and protection a constant duty for the larger individuals. According to a recent study published in Scientific Research Publishing in 2024, North Luangwa now records the highest hippopotamus density in the world along the Luangwa River. In North Luangwa National Park, numbers reach 35 to 48 individuals per kilometer of river, with an estimated total population between 5,000 and 7,000. Far more than just large animals lounging in water, hippopotamuses serve as ecological architects of the rainy season. Their muck-spreading behavior helps redistribute nutrients throughout the water, promoting the growth of aquatic vegetation and supporting the entire underwater food web. When the rainy season floods the floodplain, no species makes better use of the water, biologically, ecologically, and strategically, than the hippopotamus. That's the story along the rivers, but if you shift your gaze skyward, you'll spot a striking white figure soaring above the wild backdrop of North Luangwa. It's most likely the saddle-billed stork, with a wingspan nearing 2.7 meters and a bold contrast of black and white plumage. This giant stork easily draws attention, yet remains a remarkably discreet hunter. The rainy season becomes the perfect stage for the saddle-billed stork to showcase its hunting prowess. Using its signature red and yellow bill like a blade slicing through water, it swiftly plucks up fish, frogs, or aquatic insects with near-perfect precision. Unlike many other stork species that travel in flocks, this one lives and hunts either solo or in pairs, maintaining clear territorial boundaries. The consistent presence of the saddle-billed stork in North Luangwa has been regularly recorded through the 2024 bird monitoring system. This reflects the health and integrity of the wetland ecosystem, an environment highly sensitive to shifts in climate and water flow. Along the western coast of South America, a colossal wall of stone rises beneath the blue sky. This is the Andes, the longest mountain range on Earth. Stretching over 8,900 kilometers across 7 countries, from Venezuela all the way to Argentina, the Andes is more than just a natural boundary. It is where the land meets the sky, the spine of the continent, a witness to millions of years of the planet's shifting crust. The Andes landscape is like a living painting, shifting with every meter of elevation. Starting from the lowland tropical forests, known as the Ceja de Montaña, or mountain eyebrow, the forest gradually transforms into misty cloud forest. Climbing higher leads to the cold Paramo grasslands, where tough grasses, low shrubs, and remarkable water-storing plants thrive. Reaching up to 4,500 meters, the polylepis tree still holds its ground, with twisted trunks and paper-like bark, a living testament to survival where oxygen runs thin. The climate along the Andes is a complex symphony of ocean winds, altitude, and terrain. To the west, where the mountains meet the Pacific Ocean, the air is often dry. This is the region known as the Dry Andes, shaped by rain shadow effects and the cold Humboldt Current. In contrast, the eastern slopes receive moist winds from the Amazon Basin and the Caribbean Sea, creating a lush, wet mountain zone where cloud forests and montane rainforests flourish. Nestled between 2 branches of the Andes, the Altiplano-Puna Plateau sits at an elevation of 3,700 meters, stretching from southern Peru through Bolivia to northern Chile and northwestern Argentina. Though not a fertile land, this region became the foundation of the largest indigenous civilization in South America. The climate here is harsh and unpredictable. Daytime temperatures can be mild, reaching up to 15 degrees Celsius, but after sunset, they quickly plunge to -5 degrees Celsius or lower. The landscape of the Altiplano Puna is mostly open grasslands, dotted with small wetlands in lower areas where meltwater from the surrounding mountains gathers to form temporary ecosystems. In more humid areas, the presence of high-altitude grasslands and marshes create small wetlands that retain water and maintain moisture throughout the year. Beneath these low-lying plants lies a layer of peat that has formed over thousands of years, with an average thickness of around 4.7 meters. It was on this land that the Inca developed techniques to use native vegetation for livestock, domesticate animals adapted to high elevations, and learn to harness water sources from melting snow and ice. On the Puna Altiplano Plateau, the top resident predator is the culpeo, also known as the Andean fox. But it is not a true fox. The culpeo belongs to the genus Lycalopex, making it more closely related to wolves and jackals than to its northern red fox cousins. An adult male can weigh up to 11.4 kilograms, making it the second largest member of the Canidae family in South America, after the maned wolf. The culpeo ranges throughout the Andes, from the temperate rainforests of southern Chile to the dry deserts and icy highlands of the north. Its survival in these extreme environments has become a symbol of adaptation. In the Altiplano Puna region, where daily temperature swings can reach 25 degrees Celsius and oxygen levels hover around just 60% of sea level, culpeos are able to regulate body heat, remain agile, and continue hunting effectively. Ecological studies published by the Patagonia Institute of Ecology show that individuals living between 4,000 and 4,800 meters tend to be more compact, conserving energy and adapting their reproductive cycles to the harsh highland climate. The Culpeo's diet is classified as highly flexible. It is an opportunistic predator, meaning it adjusts its diet with the seasons and available resources. About 60% of its food intake comes from highland rodents. When those are scarce during the dry season, it shifts to eating small birds, lizards, eggs, and sometimes berries or carrion, including guanaco or camelid, remains left behind after seasonal hunts. There have been rare cases where Culpeos prey on lambs, an uncommon behavior but one that has caused conflict with humans in certain grazing areas, particularly along the Argentina-Chile border, leading to persecution in those zones. The Culpeo's hunting strategy is a blend of stealth, patience, and bursts of speed. Rather than overpowering prey, it relies on its sharp hearing to detect faint sounds of movement beneath the grass. On rugged terrain and among low vegetation, it moves almost silently. When it strikes, it launches with a quick, decisive leap, delivering a bite to the neck or head to swiftly subdue small prey. The Culpeo's evolutionary history includes an unexpected chapter: domestication. The Yagan people of Tierra del Fuego once domesticated this animal, creating the Fuegian dog, a dog breed genetically unrelated to modern domestic dogs, which trace their lineage to the grey wolf. The Fuegian dog is a rare example of independent animal domestication in South America, though the breed became extinct in the 20th century due to cultural and lifestyle changes among indigenous communities. Today, the Culpeo continues to play a vital role in the highland food chain. It helps regulate rodent populations, an essential check to prevent ecological imbalance. Familiar to indigenous peoples across South America, the guanaco is the wild ancestor of the llama, domesticated since the time of the Inca. With a slender build, standing about 107 to 122 centimeters tall and weighing around 90 kilograms, deep black eyes, and long lashes that shield against wind and dust, the guanaco emerges as a symbol of grace amid the grey, rugged landscape. Its coat is made up of two layers, a soft underlayer for warmth close to the skin, and a coarse outer layer that shields against the biting cold winds. Their colors range from light brown to cinnamon with white bellies, blending seamlessly with the muted grays and browns of the Puna grasslands and salt-covered slopes. The Altiplano does not offer life an easy path, yet the guanaco's body has adapted to the harsh rhythm of this land. Like the ancient Inca, their blood holds an unusually high concentration of red blood cells, rich in hemoglobin with a strong affinity for oxygen. This allows them to absorb oxygen efficiently, even in an atmosphere where oxygen levels hover around just 60% of what they are at sea level. Thick foot pads and two nimble toes help them cross slippery gravel, cracked salt flats, and steep mountain slopes like seasoned athletes, reaching speeds of up to 56 kilometers per hour. Guanacos live in herds. One dominant male leads a group of females and their young. Younger males without territories form bachelor groups, moving along their own paths, like warriors waiting for their time. Their communication is rich and varied, from sharp warning calls and forceful backward kicks to the curious act of spitting, a behavior that carries powerful messages about dominance and social boundaries. Across the Altiplano Puna region, the guanaco's journey of survival follows migration routes guided by the cycles of water and grass. During the dry season, they descend to lower areas where patches of marshland still collect meltwater. When the rains return and the highlands flood and become difficult to traverse, they move upward again to avoid the rising waters and the renewed activity of predators. Rising above the limits of human habitation, Janca, the snowbound zone of the Andes, spans elevations from 4,800 to nearly 6,900 meters. This is where South America's tallest peaks rise, stretching along the entire spine of the Andes from north to south. The climate here is brutally unforgiving. Temperatures remain below 0 degrees Celsius year-round, winds are fierce, precipitation is minimal and mostly in the form of snow. With intense solar radiation and thin air, this realm sits beyond the threshold of life. Though it hosts no permanent life, Janca plays a vital ecological role. Glacial ice accumulates snow during the cold season and slowly melts during the dry season, supplying water to lower elevations. From 2000 to 2019, meltwater flow in the Andes averaged 583.5 cubic meters per second. In the Inca worldview, Janca was the sacred domain of the Apu, guardian mountain spirits, worshipped as symbols of strength and life. Though no one lived at these heights, the Inca journeyed here to perform ceremonial offerings and to reinforce spiritual authority. Meltwater from the glaciers was considered a gift from the Apu, channeled to nourish terraced fields, valleys, and irrigation systems throughout the Andes. The Andean condor is more than a symbol, it is a marvel of adaptation. Weighing up to 15 kilograms and with a wingspan reaching 3.3 meters, it ranks among the largest flying birds in the world. In flight, it appears as a massive black shadow sweeping across the snowy sky like a silent eagle. What makes this bird extraordinary is that, despite its size, it flaps its wings for only about 1% of its flight time. For the vast majority of its journey, it glides effortlessly, perfectly riding thermal currents and mountain winds to stay aloft. One study recorded a single Andean condor flying continuously for over 5 hours, covering 172 kilometers, without flapping its wings once. In the perilous frigid air of the Janca zone, that ability is a key to survival. On sheer cliff faces rising above 5,000 meters, far beyond where humans can go, Andean condors nest. They reproduce slowly, laying just one egg every 2 years, and incubation takes nearly 2 months. Once hatched, the chick relies on its parents for close to 2 years, undergoing careful training to survive in the treacherous skies above the valleys. It's a slow life cycle, but a necessary one, as Andean condors can live up to 70 years, with some in captivity reaching 79. This long life, paired with a low reproductive rate, makes every individual irreplaceably valuable. Today, fewer than 6,700 mature Andean condors remain worldwide. In Ecuador, the population has dwindled to fewer than 150 individuals. In Colombia, estimates range from 175 to 269. These are the latest figures as of 2024, reported by conservation groups across the Andes. Shrinking habitats, dwindling food sources, poisoning, and reckless hunting have caused the condor to disappear silently from many skies. Across the misty Andean heavens, a dark shape with a wingspan over 3 meters glides through the cold air like a blade. Its mastery of wind currents allows it to remain perfectly balanced with minimal effort. Its sharp eyes follow the faint, uneven breath of a lone animal below. Down below, a lone animal stumbles across the drifted snow. Its back arched, legs buckling, breath rasping. It has run out of strength. The Andean condor locks on immediately, widening its circle while slowly lowering its altitude in quiet anticipation. Then, the animal collapses in silence. No cry, no movement. In that instant, the condor folds its wings and dives with precise speed. It lands beside the fallen body, its bald head plunging deep into the belly. Everything is done with practiced ease, as if it's performed this ritual 1,000 times. The oil glands in its feathers protect it from getting wet, even while standing amid melting snow. And the bare skin on its head keeps it clean while feeding deep inside decaying flesh. A massive scavenger with a rugged exterior. Yet to the indigenous cultures of the Andes, the Andean condor is anything but ordinary. To them, it is an it of freedom and spirit. In Inca mythology, the condor is a divine messenger, the carrier of souls to Hanan Pacha, the sacred world above. The snowy peaks of Janca, where the sun seems closer than anywhere else, were believed to be the home of the Apu, the mountain gods. And when the condor soars across that cold sky, people believe it carries their prayers to Inti, the sun god, the supreme source of life. This belief echoes the faith in Christianity, that a soul after death ascends to the heavens, closer to God, in a sacred and transcendent journey. The snowbound mountains of Janca test the limits of life. From 2000 to 2019, glaciers across the Andes melted at an average rate of 583.5 cubic meters per second, forming streams that flow into the valleys below. For the Andean condor, these waters signal the presence of life and are often where death is first found. But to the Inca, those waters were a gift from the Apu, a divine offering that nourished the rich landscapes below. Higher than the cold, arid plains where the guanaco endures, at elevations around 4,800 meters in the snowy peaks of the Andes, another creature quietly braves the punishing climate and breathless altitude. The vicuña is not large. It has no claws, no extraordinary speed, yet it carries something the entire world covets: its coat. Each fiber of its wool measures just 12 microns in diameter, finer than cashmere, which is already famed for its softness. A delicate layer of tiny scales coats the surface of each strand, locking out the cold air and forming a naturally perfect thermal barrier. Thanks to this, even when nighttime temperatures in the Janca zone fall below -20 degrees Celsius, the vicuña's small body retains the warmth it needs to survive. That very coat once pushed them to the edge of extinction. By the 1970s, only about 6,000 vicuñas remained in the Andes after decades of relentless hunting for their prized fiber. But a joint effort between the government of Peru, conservation organizations, and local communities sparked a recovery. People no longer hunted them for their wool, but revived an ancient ritual known as chaku. Every 2 to 3 years, wild vicuñas are gently herded into safe enclosures. Their wool is sheared with care, and then they are released back into the wild. No wounds, no chains. In Inca culture, the vicuña symbolized purity and sacredness. Killing them was strictly forbidden. Their wool was reserved solely for the garments of royalty and nobility. Today, the vicuña appears proudly on the coat of arms of Peru, a symbol of biological richness and sustainable heritage. Living at elevations between 3,200 and 4,800 meters, where oxygen levels are barely half of those at sea level, vicuñas possess blood with an unusually high concentration of red blood cells, enabling highly efficient oxygen transport. It's a nearly perfect adaptation to thin, frigid air, strikingly similar to highland-adapted humans. Additionally, their front teeth grow continuously throughout their lives. In an environment where food consists mostly of tough, silica-rich grasses with minimal nutrition, those teeth must stay ever ready to resist constant wear. But life in the cold heights has never been easy. An old vicuña collapses among snow and wind. No cry, no sign of a predator, only time, quietly freezing its final breath. On the towering rocky slope, passing does not come violently. It is silent, like an offering. To the ancient Inca, snow-covered peaks were more than stone and ice. They were the closest place to the gods, where sacred rituals were carried out in hopes of summoning water to return to the fields below. And now, from the edge of the horizon, the Andean condor appears. It circles slowly, like a ritual from another time. Unlike the cold, harsh Puna Altiplano of southern Peru, the eastern and central slopes of the Andes, stretching into northern Peru, are home to a region often described as the sponge of the Andes. This is the wet Paramo, a moist highland plateau found at elevations between 3,000 and 4,500 meters, primarily in Colombia, Ecuador, and northern Peru. Average temperatures range from just 2 to 10 degrees Celsius, with annual rainfall between 1,000 and 2,000 millimeters, spread fairly evenly throughout the year. The soil here is often waterlogged, rich in organic material, and has a remarkable ability to retain moisture thanks to the root systems of native plants. The thick layer of vegetation and organic soil absorbs water from rain, fog, and underground springs, slowly releasing it over time. However, the steep terrain, cold climate, and saturated ground make long-term settlement in this region nearly impossible. The Inca were forced to learn how to collect water from soil, mist, and rain, stay warm in a harsh climate, and sustain food supplies in poor, chilly soil. From this cold, damp highland, they expanded their irrigation systems and influence into the valleys below, turning a difficult landscape into a strategic stronghold for their empire. This feline goes by many names: cougar, puma, mountain lion, or the haunting ghost cat. With a supple frame, a smooth, tawny coat, and eyes always alert in the shadows, this cat leaves behind nothing but bent grass and the sudden absence of an unlucky prey. Cougars are among the rare predators that have managed to conquer nearly every terrain across the Americas. Their evolutionary journey began over 6 million years ago, originating in North America before spreading southward during the Great American Biotic Interchange. Today, according to the 2024 update from the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, Red List, the cougar still holds the title of the most widely distributed terrestrial mammal in the Western Hemisphere, ranging from the icy Yukon of Canada to the frigid forests of Patagonia. Biologically, the cougar does not belong to the group of big cats, so it cannot roar like a lion or tiger. Its rigid larynx gives it a vocal range more like small cats, including hisses, growls, and piercing screams, sounds once described as resembling a woman's shriek in the night. In the thick mountain fog of the Andes highlands, a cougar lies motionless on a rocky ledge. Its eyes track a moving shape below, a slow-stepping target at the base of the slope. Thanks to its bronze coat, the cougar nearly vanishes into the rocky grassland background. It moves with silent precision across the steep, narrow terrain, each step deliberate. Its long tail acts as a stabilizer along jagged ridgelines. Once close enough, it crouches low, channeling power into its hind legs, a body built to leap up to 12 meters without a running start. The pounce happens in an instant. The cougar launches straight toward its prey, landing with pinpoint accuracy guided by its tail. Sharp claws dig into the prey's back. The bite is swift and targeted at the neck. In seconds, the hunt is over before the prey has time to react. The cougar drags the carcass into a nearby thicket. It covers it with dry grass to hide it, planning to return over the coming days to feed in solitude, a cold, efficient predator. But to the ancient Inca, the puma was more than a hunter. It was a sacred symbol of the human world, known as Uku Pacha, the middle layer of the three-tiered universe in their spiritual belief system. Now, let's climb higher, closer to the realm of the gods. Just below the eastern foothills of the Andes, where elevations drop below 1,500 meters, begins a lush, humid forest zone known as Selva Alta, the pre-Amazon rainforest. This region stretches across Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, forming the transitional belt where the Andes meet the Amazon basin. Unlike the higher elevations above, the climate here becomes distinctly tropical, with average temperatures ranging from 20 to 28 degrees Celsius year-round and annual rainfall exceeding 3,000 millimeters. The rainy season lasts from October to April, and humidity remains above 85%, creating a thick, moisture-laden environment under a dense canopy. However, to the Inca, Selva Alta was never an easy place to access. It served as a strategic frontier, a region the Inca entered to gather resources, acquire valuable goods like rubber and medicinal plants, and establish trade networks with indigenous lowland groups. Numerous Inca outposts have been discovered in the Urubamba and Vilcabamba valleys, which once controlled the vital routes between the highlands and the Amazon. After the Spanish conquest of Cusco in 1533, the last Inca retreated into Selva Alta, where they founded the Kingdom of Vilcabamba, which lasted until 1572. The jaguar is the largest wildcat in the Americas and the third largest in the world, behind only the tiger and the lion. Its lineage traces back to ancient ancestors that migrated from Asia to the Americas via the Bering Land Bridge around 2 to 3 million years ago. Since then, it has evolved into a near-mythical predator, perfectly tuned for the forests and wetlands of South America. Today, jaguars range from central Mexico all the way down to northern Argentina. But the tropical forests of the eastern Andes, especially Selva Alta, stretching through Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Colombia, host the densest populations thanks to their remoteness and relatively intact ecosystems. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, the global adult jaguar population is estimated at around 64,000 individuals. But fewer than half live in fully connected habitat corridors. Jaguars are solitary animals, coming together only for mating or raising young. Males command vast territories, ranging from 25 to 85 square kilometers, depending on prey availability and local population density. Though they don't migrate seasonally, jaguars often travel along riverbanks and ancient footpaths, many of which were once part of the Inca road system. These corridors now serve both as territorial territorial boundaries and nightly hunting routes for the rainforest's silent sovereign. In Selva Alta, the air hangs heavy with mist, thick with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves. At the edge of a waterhole, where towering kapok trees send roots down into the muck, a soft rustle is heard, then disappears, as if it never happened. In the darkness, a solid black form hugs the forest floor, moving like a shadow fused with the uneven terrain and fallen canopy. The jaguar, nearly 2 meters long and weighing close to 100 kilograms, presses its body against the damp ground. Each step is a careful calculation, balancing weight and silence. Its muscular shoulders shift with precision, golden eyes locked on a juvenile South American tapir foraging under a tree, unaware that death is already swimming through the air around it. The jaguar doesn't lunge. It waits, patient as the hammer of the gods, suspended in anticipation of fate. Then, in a single breath, it strikes. No long chase like a cheetah. Its strength is launched from the shoulders and forelegs, flinging its mass forward like a missile. One leap, no second chance. The forepaws clamp onto the tapir's shoulders. The jaguar's heavy frame drives into its spine, forcing the prey to collapse in a splash of soil and silence. Then comes the signature move, the bite. That massive head clamps down just behind the skull. With a bite force of up to 2,000 newtons, the jaguar pierces bone and severs consciousness instantly. No need for choking, no waiting game, just one skull-puncturing bite, guided by millions of years of evolution, enough to end a creature twice its size. Beyond its powerful build and predatory skills, the jaguar is also a living embodiment of natural beauty, expressed through its distinctive rosette-patterned coat. These large rosettes, scattered across its body and marked with dark central spots, set it apart from the leopard, a species it's often mistaken for. Each jaguar carries a unique set of markings, like a fingerprint, which allows researchers to identify individuals through camera trap imagery. The black-coated form, known as the black panther, is not a separate species, but rather a melanistic jaguar carrying a specific pigmentation gene. Although they make up less than 10% of the wild population, these individuals hold a distinct advantage. Their dark coats offer exceptional camouflage in the shadowy, densely forested world of Selva Alta. In the grand cosmic worldview of the Inca, the jaguar was far more than a predator. It was the living embodiment of divine power walking the earth. Known as Otorongo in the Quechua language, the jaguar ruled over Caipacha, the present world where humans live, struggle, and strive. Its rippling muscles, lethal bite, and silent, breath-like stride made it the ultimate symbol for Inca warriors, those who believed that the blood of the jaguar ran through the veins of the chosen. In ancient stone temples, this great feline was carved with sacred eyes that stared directly into the soul of the mortal, a reminder that the jaguar did not merely survive, it guarded the sacred balance laid down by the gods. Beneath the dense canopy of Selva Alta, where the white-throated toucan sings above, a far quieter creature has wandered for millions of years. It doesn't call out. It doesn't dazzle with bright colors. It doesn't rely on speed or aggression. Yet its steady presence has become essential to the biological rhythm of the entire forest, the South American tapir. At first glance, the South American tapir may be misunderstood. Its slow movements and hefty build suggest clumsiness, but the reality is far different. Its most distinctive feature is its short, flexible trunk, a fusion of the upper lip and nose. This multi-purpose appendage helps it reach fruit hanging overhead, pull tender leaves into its mouth, feel its way through dense undergrowth, and even rise above the water's surface for air when diving to escape danger in deep rivers. This trunk connects the tapir to the three-dimensional structure of the rainforest, part arm, part snorkel, part survival antenna. But the tapir's most vital role lies in its feeding habits. As one of the largest fruit eaters in the Amazon region, it digests and disperses seeds from over 200 different plant species. These seeds, partially digested, pass through the tapir's system and are scattered through its droppings across vast distances. According to a 2024 report by the Wildlife Conservation Society, forests with active tapir populations show tree germination rates over 23% higher than areas where tapirs are absent. They don't just plant trees, they help restore degraded forest and preserve biodiversity structure over time. The South American tapir is semi-aquatic, and water is its greatest ally. The creeks, mud pools, and rivers of Selva Alta are not only sources of moisture and food, they're also sanctuaries from predators. When it senses danger, the tapir bolts into the water by instinct, swimming and diving with remarkable grace. So silently and smoothly, it seems to vanish into the current. But in South America, even the top predator is a master of water. While the jaguar instills fear on the forest floor through sheer force high above, where light fractures into broken rays filtering through the canopy, the margay glides like a shadow. It needs no brute strength or thunderous pounce. It is an artist of silence, a ghost that climbs, retreats, and vanishes into the trees as if it was never there. While many other wildcats have evolved to live on the ground, the margay has taken a completely different path, spending nearly its entire life in the trees. Its climbing ability is so remarkable that scientists often compare it to a squirrel, except with sharper claws. One of the most fascinating biological features of the margay is its unique ankle joint, which can rotate 180 degrees, allowing it to descend tree trunks head first. The margay's body is built for vertical living: compact frame, long hind legs, wide paws for gripping bark, and a tail that makes up about 70% of its body length, acting like a natural counterbalance. Thanks to these features, it can leap with ease and precision across branches spaced 4 to 5 meters apart. Living in the forest canopy helps the margay avoid many ground-level threats, but it doesn't free it from competition in the food chain. What sets the margay apart is not just how it moves, but how it thinks when hunting. In one observation from the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, scientists recorded a margay mimicking the call of a baby tamarin monkey to draw the attention of adult monkeys. Although the ambush didn't succeed, this vocal mimicry was seen as a rare display of learning and behavioral adaptability for a small predator. Visually, the margay has eyes that are large in proportion to its body. These eyes are specially adapted for excellent night vision, an essential trait for a solitary, nocturnal hunter moving through low-light environments. Special layers of retinal cells help gather as much light as possible, enabling the margay to detect prey like squirrels, opossums, night birds, lizards, or large insects from a distance, even while navigating the thick shadows of the Selva Alta rainforest. Although the margay does not migrate seasonally, it roams over a wide area. Each individual establishes its own territory and generally avoids contact with others, coming together only at specific times of the year to mate. A single territory can cover anywhere from 11 to 30 square kilometers, depending on forest density and food availability. Maintaining a continuous dense habitat is essential for the margay's survival, helping it avoid direct competition with other meat eaters like the tera or the ocelot. Following the fluid, graceful movement of the margay through the tangled branches, the atmosphere of the Selva Alta forest seems to suddenly stand still. High above, in the hazy canopy, a massive dark shape glides through. Silent, leaving no trace. The harpy eagle has arrived, like a mythical figure dwelling in the forest. It patrols its territory in eerie silence, embodying the quiet authority of a true ruler of the skies. Widely recognized as one of the largest and most powerful birds of prey in the world, the harpy eagle is a rare creature that combines unmatched strength with exceptional adaptability in the uppermost layers of tropical forests. Its lineage can be traced back to the Accipitridae family, which first appeared around 40 million years ago. Over millions of years of evolution, the harpy eagle has refined every biological detail to become a true canopy-level hunter, an apex design in the aerial predator lineage. The Selva Alta region, with elevations ranging from 500 to 1,500 meters, multi-tiered forest structure, over 3,000 millimeters of annual rainfall, and humidity levels consistently above 85%, serves as a vital habitat for the harpy eagle. Here, it finds not only nesting sites, but also a rich supply of prey such as howler monkeys, sloths, and other arboreal mammals, key components of its diet. What makes the harpy eagle especially striking in the world of raptors is its massive talons, particularly the rear claw, which can grow up to 13 centimeters long, comparable to the claws of a full-grown grizzly bear. Its grip force can reach up to 2,220 newtons, enough to crush the bones of an adult monkey or crack a prey animal's skull in a single squeeze. This is the most powerful biological weapon among birds of prey and cements the harpy eagle's position as the undisputed top-tier hunter in the rainforest ecosystem. Beyond its strength, the harpy eagle is known for its extraordinary flight agility within the tight confines of the forest canopy, supported by a wingspan that stretches between 2 and 2.2 meters. Despite its large size, it can reach speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour when diving toward prey. Thanks to its relatively short wings and powerful torso muscles, the harpy can glide close to the treetops, maneuver through dense foliage, and execute incredibly precise strikes. In terms of range, the harpy eagle is found from southern Mexico through Central America, extending as far south as northern Argentina and southern Brazil. However, the latest studies indicate that the species has become locally extinct in several countries, including El Salvador, and now occupies less than 20% of its historical range. In places like Peru, Bolivia, and Colombia, home to the Selva Alta region, populations remain locally stable but face intense pressure from deforestation, nest destruction, and illegal hunting. Ceja de Selva, or the Andean cloud forest, stretches along the eastern slopes of the Andes from Venezuela to northwestern Argentina at elevations between 1,500 and 3,000 meters. This is a transitional zone between tropical rainforest and highland plateau, marked by year-round humidity, rainfall ranging from 1,500 to 2,500 millimeters, and temperatures fluctuating between 10 and 20 degrees Celsius. The cloud forest is dense with vegetation, excellent at retaining moisture, and plays a vital role in regulating water flow to the lower regions. It also serves as a crucial biological corridor, home to numerous endemic species and maintaining ecological connections between mountain habitats and the Amazon. To the Inca, Ceja de Selva marked the soft boundary of their empire. They took advantage of the fertile soils, expanded agriculture using camelones, and linked the highlands with eastern cultures. The cloud forest was both a strategic region and a sacred space, where people, resources, and the forces of nature came together in connection. In the mist-shrouded cloud forest, where fog blankets the landscape day and night, a silent creature carries on its back a pattern so intricate it looks as though painted by nature itself. This is the ocelot. The ocelot's evolutionary lineage stretches back some 8 million years, when the Lepardus branch diverged from other members of the Felidae family, giving rise to a group of wildcats native to the Americas. Among them, the ocelot is the largest, marked by distinct genetic traits. It has only 36 chromosomes compared to the 38 found in most other feline species. Its body can grow up to 1 meter in length, and its weight ranges from 8 to 18 kilograms, making the ocelot far more formidable than any domestic cat. Its appearance is striking, a golden tan coat marked with dark-edged rosettes swirling across its body like flowing ink. Each individual bears a unique fur pattern as distinct as a fingerprint. That beauty, however, was once a curse. Hundreds of thousands were hunted for their pelts in the 20th century. Though now protected, their fur remains a haunting reminder of a wounded past. In the Andean cloud forests, between 1,100 and 2,800 meters in elevation, the ocelot finds its ideal home. Cool temperatures, high humidity, and thick canopy cover support a rich diversity of prey and provide perfect concealment. The ocelot is a versatile predator, hunting both on the ground and in the trees. It moves without a sound, each paw step as light as wind brushing moss. Though it walks slowly, every movement is purposeful. Its ears stand alert, swiveling toward the faintest sound, a twig snapping, a whisper of movement close to the forest floor. In darkness, its eyes are perfectly adapted to low light, catching every ghostly shift in motion. But it doesn't rely on vision alone. Its keen sense of smell, more developed than in many other felines, lets it track the fresh scent trails left by prey. Its agile climbing lets it move with ease through the forest's three-dimensional terrain. When needed, it can scale into the canopy to stalk birds or slip down to the streambed to hunt fish, crabs, or frogs, swimming with skill, a rare trait among wild cats. In a world where every corner teems with life, the ocelot is a master of adaptation. It knows when to climb, when to swim, and how long to wait in total stillness before striking. Each ocelot lives alone, defending a territory of up to 46 square kilometers, marked with scent maps made of urine and scat. Any intrusion may lead to a fight for survival. Reproduction also reflects long-term investment. Gestation lasts between 79 and 85 days, and the young, usually just 1 or 2, stay with their mother for nearly 2 years. During that time, they learn everything from her: how to stalk, climb, swim, evade threats, and recognize territorial boundaries. This stage is crucial in shaping their instincts and preparing them to thrive on their own. Within the Andean cloud forest ecosystem, the ocelot plays a vital role. It helps regulate populations of rodents, small birds, and amphibians, maintaining balance and preventing population surges. Its presence also signals the health of the environment. Where ocelots roam, primary forest still thrives, with enough space, biodiversity, and silence to support solitary life. In the spiritual world of the Inca, Uku-Pacha was the deep realm beneath the earth, a place where death begins, dreams unfold, and rebirth takes root. This underworld wasn't just where souls returned. it was also home to silent beings, hidden in the shadows and dampness. Among the decaying leaves and wet, cold soil of the Seja de Selva cloud forest, one such creature lies motionless. This is the fer de lance. Its dark, triangular scales blend into the moist earth, fallen leaves, and dim light. No one sees it until it's too late. Despite its resilience and broad range, the fer de lance is not immune to human impact. Data from medical centers in Loreto, Peru, and Napo, Ecuador, show a slight rise in snakebite-related hospital admissions during 2023 and 2024, correlating with localized deforestation events. Deep within the forest, where plants droop under the weight of mist, the Seja de Selva suddenly flares to life with a burst of vivid orange. Amid the gray-green moss that blankets the steep cliffs, the Andean cock of the rock appears like a living ember, radiant, defiant, unmistakable. In this damp, hushed realm where most life chooses to remain hidden, this bird chooses instead to perform. Each morning, before the fog lifts, sharp whistles, clicks, and wing beats echo from rocky ledges near the streams, signaling the start of a wild beauty contest. At a gathering site known as a lek, where multiple males come together at the same time, the courtship spectacle begins. Flaming orange plumage, glossy black wings, and a distinctive fan-shaped crest. Each male bows, spins, hops, and emits a strange chorus of sounds. Every movement is rhythmic and repeated, not just for show, but to assert dominance. From a distance, the muted brown females quietly observe, evaluating each performer before selecting the most compelling male to mate with. And yet, the male's role ends there. Everything that follows, nest building, egg incubation, chick rearing, is handled entirely by the female. Once hatched, the chicks remain dependent on their mother for nearly 6 weeks. They grow slowly, mirroring a biological rhythm tuned to the low light and stable temperatures of altitudes between 1,200 and 2,400 meters. Their diet consists mainly of wild fruits, supplemented with insects, and occasionally small prey like frogs or lizards. Elephants also possess an infrasound communication system alongside their water-finding talent. Low-frequency sounds below 20 Hz can carry through the ground for up to 10 kilometers. That reach helps herds stay in contact and coordinate movements smoothly between distant oases. The shadow of the giants also serves as a shield, protecting zebras from glowing eyes deep in the night. For when dusk fades over the Kalahari Desert, a different and brutal hunting order begins to rise: the spotted hyena. Far from the cowardly scavenger of popular prejudice, this is a hunter with one of the highest success rates on the African savanna. They can keep a pace of 60 kilometers per hour across 5 kilometers without tiring. The hyena's heart is oversized, making up 1% of its body weight, pushing oxygen fast enough to sustain long-endurance chases. For that reason, shadowing elephant herds serves zebras as both a route to water and a way to borrow the authority of the giant gods. Hyenas, fierce as they are, tend to proceed cautiously and avoid areas occupied by adult elephants. Spotted hyenas operate within a rigid matriarchal social order where females outsize males and carry higher androgen levels. Every member of the clan follows the lead of a commanding alpha female, forming a disciplined hunting network. They communicate through more than 10 distinct calls, including the famous laugh. That vocalization is in fact an alarm signal signaling stress or food competition. The spotted hyena acts as nature's unsparing filter, taking out weak animals to keep the migrants' bloodlines strong. They hold the harsh balance between life and death on the salt pans. As the hyena's shadow retreats into the dark, the mounds on the Makadikgadi salt pans begin to stir for the new dawn, and on those mounds, the meerkat takes up its role as a tireless sentinel. The dark circles around their eyes operate as built-in anti-glare sunglasses, letting them stare straight into the sky to scan for danger. They carry an exceptionally detailed warning vocabulary of more than 30 distinct calls. They can accurately sort ground threats, such as wild dogs, from aerial threats, such as the martial eagle. Once a meerkat sounds the alarm, that particular call frequency instantly engages the zebra herd's self-defense response. With their sharp hearing, zebras swiftly defensive group or withdraw. In return, zebras can scatter smaller predators or stir the soil to expose insects for the meerkats. A meerkat's strength also rests on total unity within clans that can number up to 50 individuals. Each one stands ready to forego foraging to serve as a sentry, ensuring the entire community's safety. Their stomachs cannot store fat, forcing constant hunting to fuel a breakneck metabolism. Even more remarkably, meerkats can shrug off many types of scorpion and snake venoms thanks to mutations in their nicotinic acetylcholine receptors. The unseen coordination between zebras and meerkats showcases the wisdom of the Makadikgadi ecosystem. A place where a minute creature can become the eyes for giants, and life finds protection through the most unexpected partnerships. Yet not every animal requires partners to endure. Rather than trailing elephants for water in the zebra's fashion, the gemsbok has been shaped into a permanent occupant of the arid lands. To outlast days when ground temperatures climb past 50 degrees Celsius, they depend on a blood vessel network called the carotid rete. Hot blood arriving from the body is cooled by air in the nasal cavity before entering the brain. This allows their core temperature to reach 45 degrees Celsius without inflicting neurological harm. They can last for weeks, and at times months, without taking a single sip of water. They extract moisture from tubers, roots, and wild melons buried deep beneath the desert sand. They possess the ability to concentrate urine to the maximum and draw every bit of moisture back from their feces to block water loss through excretion. When humidity climbs at night, desert plants take on moisture. The gemsbok selects this window to graze, harvesting that precious extra water. The gemsbok's presence sounds like a deep bass note, underscoring the cost of freedom in a setting without mercy. Here, the winner is not the swiftest runner, but the one that turns scarcity into an absolute survival edge. As the southern salt pans fall into quiet, another enormous pulse begins to shake the Serengeti. The Great Migration, an unending survival cycle stretched across 30,000 square kilometers between Tanzania and Kenya. Leading the Serengeti's vast pulse is the wildebeest. Despite their somewhat awkward frame, wildebeest are true endurance athletes capable of holding 80 kilometers per hour. With an overwhelming force of 1.5 million individuals, they form a single biological organism, a massive pulse of life flowing across the savanna. Their 800-kilometer circular odyssey is a search for phosphorus and nitrogen concentrations. By consuming over 5,000 tons of grass each day, they keep shrub encroachment in check and stimulate the rise of nitrogen-rich new pastures. Their digestive tracts function as rolling fertilizer plants, spreading millions of tons of organic nutrients back across the soil. The wildebeest's migratory pattern leans on a distinctive ability: storm sensors. They can detect infrasound from thunder and the scent of rain moisture from more than 50 kilometers away. Each animal relies on collective intelligence to make decisions capable of overcoming harsh obstacles. During the birthing season, a remarkable biological phenomenon takes place. More than 500,000 calves arrive within just 2 to 3 weeks. This synchronized birthing strategy helps maximize the survival rate in the face of surrounding predators. A wildebeest calf can stand solidly and keep pace with the herd only 7 minutes after being born. That ranks among the fastest developmental rates anywhere in the animal kingdom. The wildebeest tide likewise sustains a food chain for thousands of other species, from lions and leopards to the vultures that circle overhead. Even when they fall in the mud, their remains feed the aquatic ecosystem with vast protein for months afterward. Through their migration, they keep the breath of the savanna from ever going still. Marching alongside the wildebeest are more than 200,000 plain zebras. They serve as the vanguard of the Serengeti expedition. They possess a rugged build with a single hoof configuration and extremely strong incisors for handling the coarsest forage. Unlike ruminants, Zebras belong to the Hingut fermenter group. They can break down food 30% faster than antelopes. They take in large quantities of low-quality grass and extract energy from it. In the symphony of the Great Migration, zebras play the role of pioneer lawn mowers, opening the way for the entire system that trails behind them. They travel days, sometimes weeks, ahead of the wildebeest herd. Their job is to work through the top layer of tall grasses, old, fibrous, and heavy with roughage. By stripping off that tough outer layer, zebras reveal the young, soft stems and leaves beneath, rich in protein and minerals. The zebra's visual system is also a major asset to the safety of the entire migratory army. With eyes set on the sides of the head, they enjoy a nearly 360-degree field of view, highly tuned to spotting unusual movement in the brush. They are the most effective early warning system in the herd. The lion ranks among the most dangerous of those threats. It is the only member of the cat family to social life built around hunting large prey. A mature male lion can weigh up to 250 kilograms. Its robust skeletal frame and muscle mass make up 60% of its body weight. When 1.5 million wildebeest flood their territory, lions shift into an extreme energy harvesting mode to feed their cubs. Lion hunting success surges from 15% to over 30% during the peak of the migration. Lionesses with lean bodies and explosive speeds of 80 kilometers per hour take on the role of chasing and driving prey into ambush pockets. Adult males, powered by brute strength, move in for the final step, drawing on their sheer weight to subdue prey quickly and bring the encounter to a decisive close. By focusing on old, sick, or slow animals, they carry out a strict natural selection. The process keeps disease from spreading through a crowd of millions and ensures that only the healthiest genes pass to the next generation. Climate change, however, is nudging the timing of the migration, squeezing lion survival as food sources grow unpredictable. Lion numbers have fallen by 43% over the past 2 decades, leaving their role in ecosystem control more fragile than ever. Yet the greatest test the migrants face lies beneath the muddy waters of the Mara River. One of the world's largest and most fearsome reptiles, a predator that has persisted nearly unchanged for the last 65 million years. Stretching up to 5 meters and exceeding 700 kilograms, they are ambush hunting machines in their purest form. Their armored hide carries pressure receptors capable of picking up the faintest vibrations from prey moving through the water. The Nile crocodile is a master of patience. It can remain submerged for up to 2 hours while waiting for prey. It can go a full year without a meal, yet take in food equal to half its body weight in just a few migration days. The weakest or slowest migrants tend to be targeted in the water, where the crocodile falls back on its signature rotational technique. That powerful maneuver allows the predator to efficiently process a catch, using the torque of its entire body to its advantage. Nile crocodiles are the imposing gatekeepers of the blue corridors flowing through the savannah. Their presence turns every river crossing into a purification rite, in which only the strongest and most fortunate earn the right to step onto the far bank. Once the harsh culling by crocodiles and lions ends, the remnants of life are not left to waste beneath the blazing sun. The white-backed vulture, the Serengeti's diligent sanitation crew. They boast a wingspan of up to 2.2 meters. It is the ideal build for riding thermal columns and gliding for hours with barely any energy spent. Their specialized traits help them stay clean while efficiently scavenging, ensuring that no essential nutrients are wasted in the savanna's life cycle. Remarkably, the white-backed vulture's stomach runs at an acidity of roughly pH 1, more aggressive than car battery acid. Their intensely acidic stomachs let them neutralize even the most dangerous pathogens and bacteria lurking in carcasses without harm. Within the Great Migration, vultures serve as biological waste processing centers, operating at peak capacity. Their presence prevents disease outbreaks from carrion spreading into water and air, safeguarding the health of the entire migratory herd. Greatness in a voyage is not measured only by thundering hooves or wingspans that blot out the sun. It is also the microscopic realm, where tiny creatures carry out migrations of astonishing tenacity. The monarch butterfly may be the most iconic face, an animal weighing less than a gram, yet carrying the genetic blueprint of a transcontinental voyager. They hold a sophisticated navigation toolkit using a sun compass paired with a biological clock housed in their antennae, calibrating flight direction to the changing angle of sunlight. The monarch butterfly's migration is a procession of more than 4,800 kilometers from southern Canada and the US to the Oyamel fir forests perched on Mexican volcanoes. The greatest wonder is the arrival of a special generation, named by scientists the Methuselah generation. While ordinary butterfly generations live for only 2 to 6 weeks, Methuselah butterflies can last up to 8 months, 8 times the norm. By delaying reproductive diapause, they channel every reserve into building lipid stores for the transcontinental flight. Yet, even in the Oyamel forests, the calm of millions of butterfly wings offers no unbreakable shield. The monarch butterfly's body accumulates high concentrations of cardenolide glycosides, acquired from milkweed, is a deterrent that disrupts the heart function of many vertebrate predators. The black-headed grosbeak, however, tolerates cardenolides at levels hundreds of times higher than other birds of comparable size. Rather than eating the whole insect, they deftly use their specialized beaks to target the lipid-rich abdomen, carefully steering clear of the butterfly's most toxic parts. Leaving Oyamel behind, we arrive at a remote island adrift in the Indian Ocean. When the first rains of the wet season fall, a biological trigger fires at the same instant inside the bodies of over 50 million Christmas Island red crabs. The entire 135 square kilometer island appears blanketed by a moving red carpet. A cascading crustacean wave spilling over roads and cliffs. The sole aim of this expedition is the reproductive cycle. Males excavate burrows along the shore to mate. Females wait for the right tidal phase to release eggs. At high tide under a waning moon, each female casts roughly 100,000 eggs into the sea, producing an enormous biological cloud just beneath the salty surface. After a month of development in the open ocean, crablets the size of matchheads begin the return trip. They crawl from the waves back to the green forest to carry on the endless loop. The red crab migration is the breathing rhythm of the island ecosystem, cycling nutrients between forest and sea. That red carpet is a testament to the unquenchable drive to propagate a species, an epic written by claws and calcium shells across damp ground. The yellow crazy ant. When migrating crab columns pass through their territory, these ants spray concentrated formic acid onto the crab's most vulnerable points. The acid quickly overwhelms the crab's sensory systems, leaving them disoriented and unable to move. Supercolonies with densities of thousands of ants per square meter have driven the loss of more than 15 million crabs and thrown the island's ecological balance out of sync. The decline of this engineer crab species has set off a chain reaction crisis. Forest structure shifts. Seedlings are smothered by leaf litter that is no longer being cleared away. It is a stark reminder of how fragile isolated ecosystems can be when invasive species arrive. Beneath the deep blue water at the island's edge, the crab eggs just released from their mother's care suddenly become a banquet for the planet's largest fish, the whale shark. These animals can reach 12 meters in length and weigh more than 20 tons. Although classed as sharks, they hunt through a sophisticated filtering system that includes more than 20 filter pads inside an enormous oral cavity. They perform active suction feeding, expanding their mouths up to 1.5 meters wide to swallow thousands of liters of water per minute. The filter system traps protein-rich, fat-laden crab larvae while excess seawater flows out through the gill slits. The synchronization between the red crab's reproductive cycle and the whale shark's migratory path is a testament to the intimate link between land and ocean. Thanks to the abundant energy drawn from this sea of larvae, they can build up enough fat reserves to continue their transoceanic voyage spanning thousands of kilometers. We have journeyed through the most unsparing cross-sections of... Which animal in today's episode has changed the way you see the wild world? Was it or? Share your response in the comments. Your understanding is the greatest tribute these wild creatures can receive. Leaving Uganda behind, head into the deep forests, where shadowy prowlers are making their move. Is that dark coat a blessing or a double-edged sword? When their camouflage is stripped away under the light, and they stand before the fangs of apex predators. Will that black coat still save their skin? Discover it all in Shadow Predators, the most brutal fight for survival. Total darkness. Shade. Advancing. Africa. The sun has not yet risen. And that is the only advantage left. People call it the Black Panther. It is not a species. It is a mutation, born in 1 in 10,000 leopards on this earth. 3 continents, each fighting for the same thing. Wearing the coat that evolution gave them, the same black coat. 3 completely different paths. This is called convergent evolution. And this is proof that the black coat is not chance. The black coat makes them invisible at midnight and makes them a target at midday. We begin where darkness fights hardest, where the lion pride never stops hunting. Look at it. Look closely. Every single leopard has spots. Even this one. The spots are still there. Beneath the black fur, you cannot see them, but they are there. And that tells us everything about what is hidden inside this black coat. Melanistic. And that gene for the leopard is not MC1R, as most of us assumed. It is the agouti signaling protein, an entirely different pigmentation control system. This is what makes the 3 shadow predators in this story almost impossible to believe. Phantom, the black leopard of Kabini, carries a mutated ASIP gene. Obsidian, the black jaguar of the Amazon, carries a mutated MC1R gene. The same black coat, 2 entirely different genetic systems. But why isn't it common? If the black coat is a weapon, why do only around 11% of leopards carry it? Because it is a recessive gene. Both mother and father must carry this allele, and both may appear completely ordinary. In a leopard population, where 10% carry the black coat, nearly half of all spotted leopards carry the hidden gene. At the far tip of the Malay Peninsula, evolution revealed its true answer. There, the black coat didn't stay rare. Not 10%. Nearly 100%. That means that in the right environment, selection pressure is strong enough that the recessive allele. Each generation, those with the black coat survived at higher rates, produced more offspring, and their young did too. And after thousands of years, the golden coat became the exception. The male leopard pursuing phantom through Kabini, the female competing with shade in Laikipia, may carry that gene without knowing it. Beneath the Kabini midday sun, phantom feels that heat differently. Hotter, more exposed, hungrier. This is the trade that evolution has made. I give you darkness, but you pay for it in light. Ten confirmed. That is the number of black leopards verified across all of Africa. 10 across an entire continent. And one of those 10 lives here, Laikipia, Kenya. We call her Shade. Shade is female. Her territory covers 3 square kilometers. Inside a region where one lion pride controls 40 square kilometers. Shade's territory lies entirely within the lion pride's sphere of influence. She lives at the heart of their empire. And this has created a situation unlike anywhere else on Earth. Because in Laikipia, there is no forest, only grassland, open and exposed beneath the Kenyan sun. Shade lives where, by every ecological standard, a black leopard should not survive. But she survives because she has learned something that no leopard should have had to learn. How to turn open space into a weapon. The answer is not daylight. Shade does not fight the light. Shade waits for it. When the sun touches the horizon, when the grassland shifts from gold to amber to red, Shade begins to move. Because Shade is a leopard, and leopards are creatures of the night. Most active from 9 at night to 5 in the morning, night is their armor. Beneath Kenya's stars becomes her kingdom. Even on the darkest night, always has enough stars. Every morning, when the first light falls across the grassland, Shade must find Shade before the pride begins to move. 40 square kilometers, 8 lions. For them, a black leopard with a black coat becomes a moving target. The coat makes Shade invisible at midnight and conspicuous as a shadow cast the wrong direction at noon. The pride hasn't found Shade yet. Not yet, but the grassland keeps no secrets. And the pride never stops searching. This is the territory that Shade has memorized. This is what time and failure can teach. Know the terrain better than whoever pursues you. The lead lioness controls 40 square kilometers. But she does not know 3 of them. Shade's 3. The lion pride has numbers. Shade has a map. Because in this war, Information is the only thing a black leopard can accumulate that the lions cannot take away. In the red light, not enough for daylight, but not enough for night. Shade is seen. Lions. They know this does not belong here. The pride doesn't catch Shade, but their presence alone is enough. Enough to stop Shade from moving, from hunting, from escaping the zone where sunlight will expose her. And this is the strength of a lion pride. They are more patient than anything on the grassland. But darkness is patient too. The pride doesn't give up, because they hunt at night too. Both lions and leopards have the tapetum lucidum, the reflective layer behind the retina, allowing light to pass twice across the photoreceptors. But Shade was built to compete with lions, because while lions are generalists, leopards are nocturnal specialists. They were forged for the dark. When the sun fully sets, this is no longer lion territory. Run, Shade. Run into the darkness. That is where you win. The lion pride can see the night. But Shade does not reflect light. The black coat is her disappearance. But the huntresses change their minds. Hunting opportunity. There is puku scent nearby. The lioness cannot see them by sight, but a single startled movement, and everything collapses. The unexpected meal draws their attention away from the quarry they pursued. But they will search again. And Shade, she has vanished. The scent of the meal spreads through the cold night air. But no one dares approach to contest it. They sense something is watching. Before dawn, Shade hunts. Shade climbs the lone acacia at the edge of her territory, looks down at the grassland turning pink, 40 square kilometers of it. And in those 3 square kilometers, last night, Shade won. Data from the Laikipia Predator Project confirms melanistic leopards at Laikipia are 23% more nocturnal than spotted counterparts. Successful hunt rates at night are higher because prey cannot see them coming. The black coat does not change the skill. It changes the information available to prey. From "there is a threat" to "there is nothing." 8,000 kilometers to the east. Another shadow is learning its own lesson, a lesson that no lion will teach. Kabini, Nagar Hole Tiger Reserve, India. This is the most densely populated stretch of forest on Earth for a single leopard. An estimated 100 leopards within 643 square kilometers. The land of leopards. Phantom did not choose a quiet, dark corner of India. Phantom chose the most contested land of all. A wound is the welcome of this land. Someone has asked the question, are you worthy of being here? Scarface, the old male leopard, the ruling predator of this territory, before Phantom arrived. But Scarface is not the only threat. Carl, a Bengal tiger. Weighing 220 kilograms, 3 times Phantom's weight. He is an absolute ruler. Carl's successful hunts give him the right to determine the fate of any predator in this territory. Carl does not respect the territorial boundaries of leopards. Carl does not acknowledge Phantom. For a ruler, the answer is always yes. And the Kabini dry season, from November through April, places Phantom at a double disadvantage. Disadvantage 1, the canopy. In the dry season, Kabini's vegetation is depleted. The canopy thins. The daytime shadows, the very thing Phantom's black coat needs to operate, disappear. Disadvantage 2, heat. 34 to 38 degrees Celsius, 93 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Black fur absorbs heat more intensely than spotted golden fur. Phantom must rest more during the day, less time to hunt, fewer chances to establish territory. Hotter, more exposed, hungrier, and the black coat becomes a burden in daylight. Phantom retreats to the flooded backwaters to cool down, but that is the territory of massive water predators. Male tiger Carl, the lethal tiger queen Kismet. But option. In this forest, there is one thing tigers cannot do. One thing that makes 220 kilograms of tiger a disadvantage: trees. Tigers are too heavy to climb high. And when Phantom needs to truly vanish, it simply has that option. 3 meters, 5 meters, until the canopy blocks every line of sight from below. This is Phantom's empire, an empire no tiger can invade. But dholes are different. 20 Indian wild dogs, each smaller than Phantom, but together. When dholes appear, no leopard stays on the ground. Even Carl, with 220 kilograms and jaws that crush buffalo bone, retreats before a dhole pack. Phantom does not retreat and learns. Langurs are the forest's memory. When they cry out, it is not always about Phantom. Sometimes it is Carl approaching, sometimes dholes, sometimes Scarface patrolling the territory boundary. Phantom learns to distinguish the langur alarm call for big cats from the call for wild dog packs. This is something the black coat cannot teach, but the forest of Kabini can. The dry season teaches the black coat one lesson. Temperature at 38 degrees Celsius. The black coat absorbs heat, absorbs it fully. Recent studies suggest that melanistic felids may process heat differently from their spotted counterparts. Different distribution of sweat glands, altered subcutaneous blood circulation. No definitive conclusion yet, but Phantom survives at 38 degrees Celsius, and the spotted leopard beside it does too. Because the dry season does not last forever, and Kabini holds a secret the rain will reveal. June. Moisture from the Indian Ocean pushes up onto the Deccan Plateau, and the first clouds of the monsoon arrive. Rebirth. When the temperature drops, when the canopy thickens, when the true shade returns, no longer blocked by drought. Phantom's black coat transforms from burden to weapon. The canopy fills in, day by day, hour by hour. Sunlight no longer reaches the forest floor. Darkness is no longer a gap, it is the standard. Darkness is now daylight. Here it is, Phantom's weapon, vanishing in broad daylight. Kismet, the tigress, uncontested queen of Kabini. 200 kilograms. Territory spanning more than 40 square kilometers. 1 meter from Phantom, Kismet does not stop, does not recognize it. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. And Monsoon Kabini is the brightest light. The black coat has ever been tested against. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. Below is Cleo, the spotted leopard, perfectly camouflaged in dry grass, invisible to everything. Cleo chooses Scarface, the territory's dominant male, to protect her cubs. And Phantom, isolated beneath a hostile canopy. But here is the question no one asks. Is Cleo or the spotted leopards moving through this forest, carrying the gene? Possibly. According to Hardy Weinberg, in a population with 10% black leopards, nearly half of spotted leopards outside may carry the hidden allele. The next generation resembling Phantom could be born from 2 spotted leopards who never recognize the gene in each other. The monsoon ends, but Phantom has mastered the use of shadow. Using shade as an ally, body pressed flat against a branch. Deer are sharp, but they rely mostly on hearing, or the alarm calls of langurs. The monkeys don't detect it. They are too high, and Phantom hides very low. Once prey enters the kill zone, nothing can change what comes next. A full stomach makes Phantom calmer and more confident than ever. It is ready to challenge the current king of this territory. Cleo leaves scent marks along the trail. She is ready to mate. Phantom makes its move. Scarface knows this and is waiting. The final confrontation does not happen in daylight. It happens in the darkness of old-growth forest, where Phantom has the advantage. But not any longer. Phantom faces it directly. Kabini belongs to Phantom. It and Cleo are now the dominant pair ruling this kingdom. But the struggle of the wild world never stops. A completely different shadow is waiting. Mamirawa, Amazonas, Brazil. This is the largest Várzea reserve on Earth. 1.1 million hectares of Amazon rainforest, flooded for half the year. Here, water is not terrain, water is the predator, and Obsidian must navigate both. Shade hunts in darkness. Phantom waits for the rain. Obsidian does not need to wait. Because the Amazon never truly grows bright. Mamirawa, canopy so dense that sunlight never truly reaches the water's surface. Here, there is only shadow, continuous, permanent, indifferent to day or night. They don't only hunt at night, they hunt by day, because here the black coat is camouflage at every hour. But Mamirawa is not the jaguar's kingdom alone. Obsidian's enemy has no legs. It has 6.3 meters of body and 200 kilograms of pure muscle. February 2024. Scientists confirmed the green anaconda is not one species. The southern green anaconda of the Pantanal and the northern green anaconda of the Amazon, two separate species. The anaconda that Obsidian faces at Mamirawa is the northern green anaconda, a newly confirmed species, one that science has barely begun to understand. Obsidian weighs 90 kilograms. The anaconda weighs 200 kilograms, and the anaconda is in the water. Anacondas hunt through environment. They pull prey into the water, where 200 kilograms becomes a perfect weapon. The anaconda's strategy: wait for the enemy to enter its territory, into the darkness of black water. It is not difficult. In the Amazon, few animals can live far from water, large predators included. A capybara has no idea that death is beneath it. The largest rodent on the planet, but completely defenseless before the swamp's assassin. No sound of biting, only the coiling of muscle. The power of anaconda lies in pressure. The anaconda's crushing force equals that of a car driving over prey's chest. The anaconda is a muscle machine, and the black river floor is its absolute kingdom. But the Amazon has more than one tyrant. Back at the dark forest shore, a shadow of pure black is watching. In this world, reptiles rarely challenge jaguars, even when they are armed to the teeth. The black caiman's back is protected by osteoderms, bone plates embedded in the skin, hard as steel, but not the skull. Done. It disappears into the undergrowth to eat alone. Here, reptiles are prey, not rivals. When capable of bringing down apex predators, the jaguar becomes the ultimate hunter. And no ruler wants to stop at the current boundary. It wants to drive the black jaguar from its hunting waters. But Obsidian steps into the water, not because it was pulled, by choice. Obsidian submerged half its body in the Varzea current. Its unique coat structure rapidly absorbs the water's temperature, neutralizing the anaconda's thermal detection system. Obsidian strikes. The anaconda loses. It never knew the enemy already owned this darkness. Melanistic jaguars in the Amazon occur at higher rates than in any other jaguar population on Earth. In some areas of the Amazon Várzea, the proportion of melanistic individuals exceeds 50%. Compare with the Pantanal, Brazil's open, sun-drenched wetland, less canopy cover, far more light. The recessive ASIP mutation becomes a death sentence there, destroying camouflage capability. Melanistic jaguars are almost absent from the Pantanal. Same species, same ancestral genome, two selection pressures, two completely opposite outcomes. This is the most concrete evidence of directional selection in big cats, not at the level of theory alone, but across real populations, in real ecosystems. Obsidian is not an exception in the Amazon, and that is what makes the Amazon different from Laikipia and Kabini. Here, the black coat is the standard. 3 shadow predators, 3 continents, 3 victories. Which battle was the hardest? 8 lions in the Laikipia night, 1 tiger in the Kabini rain, or the reptile beast in Amazon's black water. Three strategies, 1 coat. And now we can answer the question. Chapter 1 asked, what did evolution make this black coat for? Not to become invisible, not to be stronger, not to escape the sun. To learn how to find the right darkness. Shade found darkness on the grassland. Phantom found darkness in the rain. Obsidian found darkness in the water. And Phantom's ASIP gene, Obsidian's M gene, 2 completely different systems, arrived at the same answer. And here is what we must not forget. This gene is more fragile than we think. In the Laikipia leopard population, if 10% carry the black coat, the proportion carrying the hidden gene without showing it is nearly 50%. The leopard lying directly beneath Phantom on the branch, the spotted leopard no one notices, can carry that exact gene. A hidden gene does not disappear, it waits. But every time a melanistic leopard dies, every time a black jaguar loses its territory, a part of this gene's future disappears with it. In the 2018 final survey at Mamirawa, 5 melanistic jaguars, a number small enough to count on one hand. Evolution does not create one-directional solutions. When it gave 3 different continents the same black coat through 2 different genetic paths, it was saying that darkness is useful enough to be worth discovering twice. And perhaps the black coat was never only about darkness. Some studies suggest that melanistic felids may have immune system advantages or benefits from melanin's radical scavenging properties. No definitive conclusion yet, but when evolution reinvents the same thing 5 times, it cannot be for only one reason. And whether the next generation carries that gene depends on both mother and father carrying it, neither knowing the other does. If you want to understand the hunters who hunt shadow predators, the lion prides, the Bengal tigers, the anacondas, stay with us. The next story is waiting. With the longest gestation period among terrestrial mammals. requiring 660 days to gather energy and nutrients to welcome a 100-kilogram calf. The baby elephant must find its footing within mere moments of arrival. Because at Savuti, the scent of new existence. Is the signal that awakens the primal instinct of those who follow the path of the hunt. When the Savuti Channel completely receded, in 1981, artificial waterholes were established. Instead of embarking on a journey of hundreds of kilometers to the Okavango Delta, thousands of elephants decided to settle permanently at Savuti and became a colossal yet high-stakes source of sustenance for the Savuti Pride. A super pride of more than 40 members. They transcend the barriers of physical scale to place the African bush elephant upon their menu of survival. From August to November, the migration leaves a colossal biological void, and the African bush elephant occupies more than 90% of the remaining animal biomass. To adapt to these demanding conditions and the scarcity of traditional sustenance, the predators completely restructure their instincts by daring to challenge the giants. On average, every 3 days, one elephant concludes its journey. This specialized sustenance elevates the daily consumption of each member to double compared to any other typical pride. Until one moonlit night, the nocturnal pursuit is so sudden and profound that even the matriarch of the herd cannot withstand the tide. Countering the aggressive prowess of the hunters is a steadfast fortress operated under the guidance of the matriarchs. Possessing a brain weighing over 5 kilograms, with a highly developed temporal lobe and hippocampus, she holds invaluable ecological memory. During the most demanding days, the matriarch calmly leads her kin based on memory of underground water veins hidden half a century ago. Through the analysis of acoustic fingerprints, The matriarch accurately distinguishes the sound frequency of an adult male lion. From less formidable pursuers, to reach a decision through infrasound signals below 20 Hz. Losing a matriarch, cortisol levels in the blood of the young rise sharply, softening the immune system and brain development. Making the young one a vulnerable focus for any predators. Fortunately, another female in the herd has offered sustenance to the orphaned young and accepted the responsibility of guidance. However, the high density of the Savuti herds under immense consumption needs has led to a profound transformation of the vegetation. Now, the herd no longer holds the strength to compete with other herds. They are compelled to venture further to seek nutritional resources. And a path away from the reach of the lions. Meanwhile, the sovereignty of the Savuti pride is not an eternal privilege. From the western Mababe Plains, nomadic male lions, carrying the ambition of acquisition, begin their encroachment upon the territory. In the world of the Savannah Kings, authority always aligns with the ability to safeguard boundaries. And when the ruler pass away, that order shatters beyond restoration. To protect the youthful generations, the proud elephant hunters are compelled to retreat toward the north. At this moment, the two most formidable forces of the wilderness, the African bush elephant and the Savuti, no longer stand on opposing sides of the battleground. They remain only as wandering entities, diligently seeking their final breath of existence. The journey of hundreds of kilometers toward the northeast has guided the wanderers into Zimbabwe. October in the Zambezi Valley. Is the moment when the Earth's axis and tropical high pressure converge, frequently pushing temperatures beyond 45 degrees Celsius. Every previous advantage of numbers is neutralized. Hydration is a daily metabolic necessity for the Cape buffalo to sustain the flame of existence. A consequence of a nervous system not yet tempered through setback has led these young ones to violate the golden rule of apex predators: strategic patience. In a state of dehydration, the assertiveness of the buffalo is elevated to its zenith. No longer the pursuers, lions become the hunted. By the very ones they hunt. The mother lion has guided the young ones to select and await the opportune moment when the pursuit becomes most fragile. But these Cape buffalo, separated from the herd, seem anything but simple. The male Cape buffalo often depart from the protection of the great herd to establish bachelor groups with only 2 to 5 members. They are known as the Dagger Boys. Every ounce of their energy is channeled toward a single purpose: self-preservation. They are a vast library of behavior, allowing them to interpret every movement of the most formidable pursuers before the engagement even begins. The pride's strategy is to guide the target into the sandy chutes. The nearly 1-ton weight of the Cape buffalo becomes its own adversary. But the Dagger Boy completely shatters the pride's efforts to control its center of gravity. The giant successfully navigates his escape with a physical concession of his tail. This setback uncovers the tactical developing stage of the young hunters. As they have yet to master the rhythm of the engagement and the ability to conclude the pursuit. Before the intense resistance guarding its final existence. No longer overcoming the giants, the lions are compelled to aim for more optimal pursuits. But the parched sky of the Zambezi Valley is an invisible network of biological intelligence. openly resisting the encroacher. Upon the granite outcrops and steep sand cliffs, the Chakma baboon troops reign like temple guardians who never sleep. With trichromatic vision, similar to that of humans, the Chakma baboon easily uncovers the straw-colored camouflage of the lion within the dry grass. A single sentinel individual requires only a glance to identify even the slightest shift. It is an interspecies signal. The element of surprise is completely neutralized. Transforming the pursuit into an impossible mission even before it begins. The barks of the baboons transform a concealed ambush into an open pursuit. The warthog is still expected to be an accessible target due to its sturdy appearance. But this perception is a miscalculation by the developing hunters. The warthog effortlessly utilizes the flexibility to execute intricate and sharp maneuvers. Once again, muscular prowess will forever remain an ineffective tool. If not guided by a strategic mindset that understands every grain of the battleground. Not only wrestling with tenacious pursuits, the youthful pride also endures dual pressure from the environment and the threatening presence of rivals occupying the opposite bank. The lions begin to conquer the heights of the leadwood and acacia canopies. Here, they access the cooling convection currents and an absolute panoramic view of up to 2 kilometers with a retinal structure optimized for detecting movement. Hunger is restructuring the entire neural network and honing the intellect of the lion pride. The young hunters have entered a phase of evolution in apex cognition. They have become strategists, knowing how to wait until the variables of terrain, gravity, and the exhaustion of the opponent converge at a single point to initiate the decisive engagement. The lion pride remains perfectly concealed atop, where the laws of gravity and friction will soon become potent allies for the pursuers. One buffalo is left behind, with a physique bearing the marks of previous territorial challenges. While the lead female draws all focus from the direct front, the youthful lions immediately advance from the blind spots, establishing anchor points. Two nearby Cape buffalo return to offer assistance. The lion pride is no longer a group of awkward apprentices. Seizing the perfect temporal window, the mother lion initiates the concluding movement. This successful engagement serves as a milestone marking the evolution of tactical coordination within the young pride. Pride has been restored, and yet the grand gathering of nature has only just begun. The lappet-faced vulture is the largest and most assertive vulture species in Africa. With a gastric pH level nearing 1.0, they possess the ability to neutralize the most formidable pathogens such as anthrax or botulism. Preventing the emergence of imbalances across the entire ecosystem. Here, the youthful lions encounter their final trial, safeguarding their sustenance. Meanwhile, the elephant herd at Savuti welcomes the destined rains of November. The indigenous San and Baye people believe that thunder is the ceremonial drum signaling a cycle of rebirth for Mother Earth. As for the new dynasty of the Savuti Pride, this is the moment their prowess reaches its ultimate threshold, with a cunning asymmetric advantage. The resounding thunder disrupts the infrasound communication. Which serves as the vital bond of the elephant herd. The focus of the Savuti Pride is upon the juveniles and subadults from 4 to 15 years of age, the young males. With their curious nature and the more relaxed protection from the herd. despite the defensive efforts of the pursuit. The absolute disparity in vision and velocity during the storm determines the outcome. After a profound night, the herd attempts to locate their missing member. Unaware that the young one is 5 kilometers away, the instinct for survival urges it toward the waterhole. But it is too weary to proceed. In the end, the elephant encounters no further struggle. The transition is never an ultimate conclusion. It is merely a conveyance of energy to make space for a new beginning. The matriarch has just welcomed a new male calf. The orphan who was once embraced years ago has now stepped through the threshold of maturity. It assumes the role of safeguarding the younger sibling, much like the way it's offered dedication for its sake. A conveyance of the legacy of loyalty through the generations. The savannah may reclaim everything. But it can never erase the essence of grace and the dignity of those who stand together. Departing from the perilous sand cliffs of Savuti to advance into Zambia. Reaching the southern extremity of the Great Rift Valley. South Luangwa National Park is a pristine wilderness sanctuary spanning an area of 9,050 square kilometers. In the 1950s, amidst a global context that still regarded hunting as a measure of conquest, the conservationist Norman Carr pioneered the establishment of the walking safari. Here, the Luangwa River is one of the few major river systems in the world, untouched by human intervention. The freedom of the waters has created a characteristic terrain with numerous oxbow lakes and fertile floodplains where the density of leopard and hippopotamus is the highest on the entire continent. Without the need for a roar or an accompanying pride, the leopard governs the night through the stillness and fluidity of a true predator. The scale of this species ranges from 30 to 90 kilograms, depending on gender and environmental conditions, with a body length that can reach nearly 2 meters. The territory of the leopard in the Luangwa Valley region varies significantly by individual and gender. A male may occupy an expanse from 28 to 56 square kilometers, while a female oversees areas from 3 to over 40 square kilometers. These domains often overlap, particularly between males and females during the season of lineage, yet conflict rarely emerges without the element of direct competition. Owing to a diverse dietary repertoire, the leopard adapts seamlessly to various environments, including the arid open woodlands of central Luangwa. A solitary, deliberate, and discreet lifestyle is how the leopard becomes one of the most efficient hunters, possessing stalking skills that are iconic within the predatory realm. The leopard's coat is adorned with rosettes that serve as a perfect veil of camouflage. With nocturnal vision approximately 7 times that of a human, they utilize the darkness as a cloak, covering every movement. When the moment is ripe, they surge with a velocity that can reach 58 kilometers per hour. Once the pursuit has been concluded, the leopard never leaves the result upon the ground. They understand that other carnivores will not overlook an effortless opportunity. The Cape baboon begins its day with confidence and commotion, as if this land is a familiar sanctuary. This is a large primate, highly intelligent, and among the most organized in southern Africa. An adult male can weigh up to 40 kilograms and reach over 1.2 meters in length. Approximately triple the average mass of a female. They exist in troops of 20 to 80 individuals, in which a dominant male assumes the role of guiding movement, providing guardianship, and maintaining order. These enduring social bonds not only unify the troop when encountering a predator, but also foster a community with high capacities for learning and adaptation. As true omnivores, the Cape baboon consumes almost anything digestible, even small fauna. The Cape baboon often monitors the seasonal shifts of resources, particularly the fruiting groves along the Luangwa River, or near the wetlands during the rainy season. As the dry season arrives, the troops retreat to the highlands, assisting them in avoiding potential predators. Despite being a focal point for hunters, the Cape baboon has been documented to organize collective responses for defense. The communication capabilities of this species are regarded as among the most sophisticated within the realm of non-human primates. They utilize over 30 distinct vocalizations combined with facial expressions and body postures to warn, coordinate, or convey emotions within the troop. Behavioral studies from the Wildlife Conservation Society during the 2023 to 2024 period confirm that the physical language of the Cape baboon can shift depending on the social context, the terrain, and the intricate relationships between individuals in the troop. The impala possesses neither claws nor sharp fangs. Only a keen intuition and instantaneous reflexes to navigate their existence amidst a wilderness filled with profound challenges. With an average mass ranging from 40 to 75 kilograms and a shoulder height of approximately 90 centimeters, the impala possesses a perfected physical proportion, capable of leaps extending up to 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height. The impala may be perceived as an essential nutritional link in the eyes of many carnivores in South Luangwa. Yet they are by no means passive. Beyond physical prowess, the impala employs highly effective communal strategies. Living within a herd minimizes the risk of being a focal point, aided by the dilution effect. The dietary regimen of the impala is remarkably fluid. They primarily graze upon grasses, yet will consume leaves, young shoots, or even fruits when necessary. The ability to transition their sustenance allows the impala to endure across various climates and vegetation types. A vital advantage in an ecosystem continuously reshaped by environmental shifts. A being frequently misunderstood by many, the spotted hyena. Each individual is a fragment of an organized community known as a clan. A matriarchal social structure where the females hold sovereignty. A clan may comprise up to 80 individuals, dispersed across a vast territorial range, yet bound together through unique social rituals. The fission-fusion structure of the clan grants the hyena fluidity in both procurement and resource management. Existing far beyond the scavenger label often imposed by human perception in approximately 60% of instances. The spotted hyena actively organizes large-scale, cooperative, and efficient pursuits. When targeting substantial pursuits, they typically coordinate in groups of 3 to 15 individuals, establishing a clear formation and distribution of roles. With a velocity of up to 60 kilometers per hour and superior endurance, they can maintain the pursuit over distances of several kilometers. The bite force of the spotted hyena reaches 4,500 newtons. The most formidable among all carnivorous mammals. Within the ecological tapestry of South Luangwa, the role of the spotted hyena includes the processing of organic remains. A vital ecological service that minimizes the risk of pathogen outbreaks. Their dietary versatility and highly resilient physiology represent a profound survival advantage. Less clamorous than central Luangwa, it is the very tranquility of the southern loop and Nsefu sector that nurtures the Thornycroft's giraffe, an endemic subspecies found nowhere else on Earth. Although restricted to the Luangwa Valley, primarily within South Luangwa National Park and segments of Luambe National Park. The Thornycroft's giraffe still moves according to the cycles of the dry and rainy seasons, along the ecological corridors of the Luangwa River in pursuit of fresh foliage and secure water sources. This movement is not a long-distance migration, such as that seen among the herbivores of the Serengeti Plains. Yet it plays an essential role in maintaining biological equilibrium. Preventing the overutilization of vegetation in any fixed area. The southern loop and Nsefu sector also serve as the sanctuary for the Crawshay's zebra. This is a rare subspecies of the plains zebra. They primarily inhabit the dry grasslands and savannas to the east of the Luangwa River. The Crawshay's zebra possesses a highly distinctive patterning, void of the shadow stripes, commonly seen in the Burchell's zebra. The lion has no need for a display of power. Its mere presence is enough to command the caution of the entire savanna. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the lion once traversed the ice fields of Europe, the deserts of the Middle East, and the expansive African plains. But today their footprints are primarily found within sub-Saharan Africa, with a single relict population remaining in India. South Luangwa stands as one of the final natural strongholds, maintaining a stable and high-density population. Lions exist in social units known as a pride, with the lionesses serving as the soul of the group. Meanwhile, the male lion assumes the duty of territorial guardianship. From May to October, the dry season renders water sources scarce and vegetation brittle, compelling most fauna to converge upon the final remaining pools. Their fluid physiology allows for leaps exceeding 11 meters in a single bound. According to 2024 statistics from Panthera and the IUCN Red List, the lion population in Africa has declined by over 40% in the last 30 years, with total estimates now ranging between only 20,000 and 25,000 individuals in the wild. South Luangwa remains a beacon of hope thanks to rigorous conservation efforts, anti-poaching initiatives, satellite monitoring of the prides, and elevating the awareness of local communities. Certain renowned prides in central Luangwa, such as the Big Pride, which once numbered over 30 individuals, have now diverged into several smaller groups. They are dispersed around regions such as Mwamba and Nsefu, continuing to write the saga of their dynasty upon the grasslands and red soils of this valley. The bateleur is an iconic eagle endemic to sub-Saharan Africa. Its signature flight pattern, resembling a dry leaf tossed by the wind, is the product of a truncated tail unlike any other eagle species. The territory of a bateleur spans approximately 650 square kilometers. They are uncompromising toward encroachers, particularly those of the same gender. They are exemplary opportunists, equally adept at pursuing small fauna, such as birds, reptiles, and insects. As they are at processing the remains of larger beings. They are often among the first to identify organic remains from a distance, surpassed only by the vultures. Where such remains are often the legacy of great pursuits, the bateleur functions as a vital agent of ecological purification. The bateleur frequently bathes in the pools, lingering after the rain, thereafter perching upon high branches with wings outspread to dry its dense plumage and absorb the solar warmth. Leaving behind the dense emerald canopies of Southeast Asia, we travel across the globe to a completely different world. Trading those humid, shaded rainforests for the open plains is a whole new ballgame. We now step onto the sun-drenched golden horizons of the African savanna. And right at the center of this sun-drenched arena, we encounter a creature that often gets a bad rap. But truly commands our respect, the spotted hyena. This is the story of how a myth was made and how science took nearly a century to break it. Hyenas eat carrion. Hyenas live off others. The hyena is the coward of the savannah, its giggle the sound of the undeserving. That image has clung to this species since the 19th century. Reinforced by hundreds of documentaries, thousands of pages of text, and the natural human instinct. When watching an animal, with a sloping back, massive jaws, and an eerie laugh, approach a carcass, no one asked. Whose kill it was? Hans Kruk. In 1966, Ngorongoro crater, Tanzania, Kruk arrived to test, no hypothesis. He came to observe, and he observed long enough to see what those before him could not. The hyenas were eating prey that they had hunted themselves. The lions arrived and drove them off. Then, when the lions had finished and departed, the hyenas returned to the remains. Kruk wrote it in The Spotted Hyena, published in 1972, page 141, in the flattest scientific language. That it was the lions that were behaving as scavengers. After Kruk came Kay Holekamp. In 1988, she came to the Mara. To begin a long-term study of the spotted hyena, the Holekamp Lab at Michigan State University. Now tracks 4 clans in the Mara: Talik West, Serena North, Serena South, Happy Zebra, and an unknown clan. Journal of Zoology in 1997 stated that active hunting rates of the spotted hyena by location ranged from 43 to 95%. At the Mara, 80% of the food was earned through tactical via a 5-kilometer acoustic network. The data from Mills in the African Journal of Ecology indicated that in zones of lion and hyena overlap, lions steal meals from hyenas, 6.8 times more often than the reverse. Roughly 14% of all hyena meals are taken away. The myth is inverted once more, when not only is the hyena not the scavenger, but the hyena is the victim of the scavenger lion. That is what we are attempting here, not to persuade you the hyena is good or bad. Because those categories do not apply in ecology, which helps you see the Mara clan for what it truly is. A complex, sophisticated organizational system optimized for a specific environment and understand that anything enduring long enough. In demanding conditions like the Mara, has its own rhyme and reason. And the next time you hear the hyena's call in the dark, remember that it is not the sound of cowardice. It is a distributed command structure coordinating the most sophisticated hunting unit of any African predator. When the smallest adult female enters, the largest male steps aside. Because in the Mara clan system, rank is not something you negotiate or contest daily. It is determined once and endures until someone above you in the hierarchy dies. The spotted hyena is the only social carnivore known. In which females dominate completely at the systemic level. Every adult female in the clan outranks every adult male, no exceptions. The mechanism is prenatal. Female hyena fetuses receive abnormally high androgen doses in the womb. This is the hormone, typically associated with male biology. The result is that adult females outweigh males by 10 to 12%. Higher capacity to establish and maintain physical dominance. And that status is passed down without skipping a beat. A daughter inherits her mother's rank within 6 months of reaching adulthood. The mother's rank transfers. With all accompanying rights, including priority feeding, mating access, and command authority in tactical formations. A functional aristocratic system, secured and enforced by social behaviors thousands of times day in and day out. The Mara clan's size ranges from 10 to 130 members. Depending on territory and season. In resource-rich areas, like the Mara and Ngorongoro, clans can reach 130 individuals. The alpha female controls 3 things, including feeding priority, mating access, and social order across the entire organization. And the battle begins. At the moment of birth, spotted hyenas are born, with eyes open and teeth already through. Within hours, begin to fight. Weakness is a luxury this empire cannot afford. The Mara clan's alpha female is not a symbol, she is the operating system. This is why the Mara clan is not a pack. It is an empire in every sense of the word. But that empire does not operate as a single monolith. During hunts, the Mara clan splits into small squads of 2 to 7 individuals. And is always led by a high-ranking female. These micro-alliances operate semi-independently within the broader territorial boundaries and will merge for major objectives. Like kleptoparasitism or border defense against neighboring clans. The true strength of the structure is that when the alpha female scattered squads will rally at a moment's notice within 15 to 20 minutes. This is the foundation of the crescent, not spontaneous or a free-for-all. Alone, a flexible predator. Together, the force that decides. The spotted hyena's bite force is approximately 1,100 pounds per square inch. But the number is only half the story, the other half is application. Hyena jaws are not designed for a fast kill, instead they are designed for total consumption. Bone, horn, hoof. Everything that lions, leopards, cheetahs, and wild dogs leave behind. A clan of 60 can consume a 500-kilogram buffalo entirely, including the full skeleton, in 30 minutes. That process consumption, but it also fast-tracks the return of calcium and phosphate to the soil by years compared to natural decomposition. The Mara clan is not merely a predator, it is the Mara's recycling system. Speed and endurance reach 59 kilometers per hour, sustained across 4.8 kilometers without slowing. But the key is not speed. It is the distance threshold. At 300 meters, the lion wins hands down. 80 kilometers per hour is something no species on this savanna can keep up with, within a range of 300 meters. At 400 meters, the lion is spent. The hyena is not. The hyena has not yet considered being spent at 400 meters. The hyena does not need to be faster than the lion, it only needs to outlast the lion's patience. And the 5-kilometer call of the 4-channel acoustic system increases in frequency by more than 40% during the dry season. The Mara clan is coordinating more complex operations in a more demanding environment. Its acoustic neural architecture does not collapse. It amplifies. But ears are not the only weapon. In the spotted hyena's olfactory system, the olfactory bulb occupies a significantly larger proportion of brain volume than in lions or leopards. According to East and Hofer in the Journal of Zoology, spotted hyenas can detect and track prey scent across 4 to 6 kilometers and distinguish the individual scent of every clan member, including rank, physiological state, and stress level. Each individual marks their territory through esophageal scent glands, turning it up a notch during the dry season. The Mara clan's territorial map is not memory. It is written in real-time landscape by 60 to 130 individuals continuously updating it. Lions see with eyes and hear with ears. The hyena reads by map. There is a persistent misconception about lions, that they dominate through sheer overall strength. The reality is more nuanced and in some ways far more interesting. Lions are not the most efficient killing machines on the savanna. Not in speed, the cheetah is faster. Not in solo success rate, the wild dog surpasses them. Not in social intelligence, the hyena hierarchy runs deeper. Not in bite force, the hyena is nearly twice as powerful. The lion is optimized for one thing only: the explosive moment. A lone lioness succeeds in fewer than 19% of hunts. 81% end in failure. That sounds poor, until you remember she is targeting prey many times her size on open terrain with no element of surprise. When the pride hunts together, success climbs to 30%. The quality shifts entirely, not rabbits, not small gazelle, but adult buffalo, giraffe, zebra. Stander and Albon in Oikos in 1993 documented that flanking positions in column formation achieve 3 times the success rate of central positions. A pride of 2 hunts as 1, a pride of 4 hunts as 10. Male lions do not hunt, that is accurate, but to conclude that males are useless is entirely wrong. A male patrols the perimeter every 2 to 3 days. Packer et al. Found that coalitions of 2 to 3 males control territories of 500 to 2,000 square kilometers. Grinnell et al. In Animal Behavior in 1995 calculated that a 120-kilogram lioness at 80 kilometers per hour carries approximately 43 kilojoules of kinetic energy at point of contact. The male broadcasts the kingdom. The female runs it. That decisive window spans 300 meters at 80 kilometers per hour. This is the River Pride's weapon. Against the hyenas on that drought night, the River Pride deployed exactly that, breaking through the acoustic net to drink in a 60-second window, to survive the night. Fast twitch fibers make up an unusually high proportion of lion back and hip musculature, significantly more than hyena and wild dog, per comparative anatomy research by Hudson et al. Fast twitch generates explosive force. The cost: rapid adenosine triphosphate consumption and lactate accumulation that degrades performance beyond 300 to 400 meters. This is why every lion hunt is structured to conclude within 300 meters. In the 5th year of drought, the River Pride faces a challenge, not in 300 meters of explosive power, but in the prolonged war their biology was never optimized to fight. There are things in the natural world we call instinct, because no better word exists. But with lions, recent research has found the mechanism. Not genetic, it is cultural. In Botswana, a pride of 10 to 20 individuals developed specialized techniques for hunting buffalo, 4 times their own weight. The approach angles vary by terrain, time of day, and the size and condition of the buffalo herd. No lion is born knowing this. At Mara, the Marsh Pride, documented by BBC from 2000 to 2012, showed the same pattern across 3 recorded female generations. Mosser and Packer in Animal Behavior in 2009 confirmed this is deliberate, passed through years of observation and adjustment. Not instinct, strategy taught, learned, transmitted through the hunt. The contents of that library are more specific than you might expect. Which prey species appear at which waterhole, in which month of the year, across 11 seasons of observation. The optimal approach angle for each specific terrain feature across 40 square kilometers of territory. Which individual buffalo in the herd tend to separate, which never do, which become dangerous when cornered. This is specific intelligence, stored not in genes, but in the body memory of a single individual who cannot be backed up. Sasaki et al. In PNAS in 2020 found that the loss of one experienced individual leads to 10 to 15 years of recovery for complex hunting techniques. Stander in the Namibian Journal of Environment documented that Hoanib pride on Namibia's Skeleton Coast subsists on a diet 79% marine, specifically Cape Fur seals. No other lion population on Earth does this. culture built in the harshest ecosystem on record across 4 to 5 documented generations. The limit of lion culture is not one of capacity, only of the lifespan of those who carry it. Hoanib pride raises a larger question. If lions can learn to hunt seals on a desert coastline, what remains beyond their capacity to learn? Hoanib pride did not merely acquire a new technique, they recalibrated their entire biological rhythm. Include active at dawn when seals haul ashore, resting through the desert midday, drinking dew from grass and stone at night. No fresh water within 30 to 70 kilometers, no typical grassland prey, but 4 to 5 generations of accumulated knowledge about how to operate in an ecosystem entirely unlike their own. This matters, with only 22,000 to 25,000 lions remaining across Africa, a 25% decline from 2006 to 2018, and habitat shrinking. Cultural flexibility is no longer academic curiosity. It is the capacity to adapt to a world changing faster than genetic evolution can track, but cultural flexibility takes 4 to 5 generations, as observed at Hoanib. Under current conservation pressure, the question is not whether lions can adapt. It is whether there is time. Instinct suffices for a fixed world. Culture is required for one in motion. The Masai Mara is not a backdrop, it is a character. And like all complex characters, understanding its behavior requires understanding the history and pressures shaping its present. The National Reserve covers 1,510 square kilometers and is the administrative boundary. The Greater Mara ecosystem includes community conservancies spanning approximately 9,840 square kilometers and is the biological reality. The Serengeti Mara ecosystem spans 30,000 square kilometers and is the migration corridor that recognizes no borders. Three layers with 3 management frameworks and 3 distinct human pressure points. The story does not unfold inside one reserve. It unfolds across a living system onto which humans have drawn lines, and that system does not read those lines. Water writes the laws of the Mara. The Mara River originates in the Mau forest. In the past 50 years, Mau deforestation has reduced river flow by 20 to 30%. Kenya's 2019 Mau Forest Restoration Project is generating partial recovery, but slowly. Drought does not begin at the waterhole. It begins in a forest 100 kilometers to the north. The drought cycle is shifting. Historically, severe drought occurs every 10 years on average. The IPCCAR 6 report in 2021 projects this to be every 5 to 7 years. This dry season is the 5th consecutive year below normal. The Mara is not preparing for the next drought. It is recovering from the last one while the next is already arriving. The Mara ecosystem has lost approximately 60% of land outside the reserve to agriculture and settlement in 30 years. The 9 community conservancies in Greater Mara are the remaining lungs of the ecosystem, and each year presents a new economic decision about whether to keep that land unconverted. The boundary of the Mara is not what any map depicts. It is what human beings decide to protect, season by season, year by year. And at the center of that entire system, not lion and not hyena, sits a species most wildlife documentaries overlook, the wildebeest. 1.3 million individuals migrate through Greater Mara each year. The fresh dung deposited in a single migration season delivers enough nitrogen and phosphate to sustain the grasslands for 3 months. Fertilization system. Without wildebeest, grasslands thin. Thin grasslands mean fewer zebra and Thompson's gazelle. Fewer of those species drives lions and hyenas harder against buffalo, which resist more fiercely, more danger, and require more individuals to bring down. The cost per meal rises, and the system begins consuming itself. Wildebeest migration arrives at Mara between July and October, driven by rainfall patterns in the southern Serengeti. When Serengeti rains run late, the herd runs late. When the herd runs late, the Mara endures 4 to 6 weeks of primary prey deficit. This is the condition driving this story. The wildebeest have not yet arrived. They are on the way, but not here. The River Pride and the Mara clan are paying the price for a delayed rainstorm on Serengeti grasslands that nothing in this system can control or predict. The Mara is not a place, it is a network, and in that network, rain in Tanzania decides the fate of lions in Kenya. Some creatures exist in nature, not merely as part of an ecosystem, but as forces that shape the behavior of everything around them. Buffalo at Mara are one of those creatures, not because of individual strength, though an adult buffalo at 750 kilograms with a broad-bossed horn rack can inflict serious injury on a full-grown lion, but because of how they operate as a collective entity. The first number to understand: over 200 recorded human deaths per year, exceeding any other large African species in many regional tallies. Not because buffalo attack with aggression, because they are unpredictable when threatened, carry long memories, and are never truly alone when they countercharge. When attacked, a buffalo herd does not scatter in all directions. It consolidates and countercharges. This is not random behavior among a few individuals. The entire herd responds in a predictable, sufficiently consistent pattern to be documented as strategy. Females make collective movement decisions through a body voting mechanism. The majority direction determines the herd's direction. No leader, no coercion. A democracy that operates entirely in body language, and when that democracy votes to turn and fight, 30 to 50% of attacking lions sustain injuries. The population stands at about 8,000 to 10,000. In the Greater Mara, according to surveys, this figure has dropped by roughly 70% over 50 years. Habitat loss, foot and mouth disease, and poaching pressure have taken a heavy toll. The herd still turns and charges, but the numbers are falling year by year. Buffalo are not simply the third force in opposition to predators. Ecologically, they are engineers of the grassland. Based on the research by Sinclair and Norton Griffiths in the Serengeti in 1979, buffalo grazing creates patches of short grass, preferred by wildebeest and Thompson's gazelles, to set the stage for the nutritional needs of other herbivores, thereby sustaining the prey population for both the Mara clan and the River Pride. Buffalo do not merely refuse to be prey, they build the infrastructure for the entire food chain. Observing buffalo during the dry season in the Mara adds another layer of complexity. The buffalo population in the Mara, numbering around 8,000 to 10,000 individuals, no longer has those herds of seasoned veterans. The oldest individuals, those best able to read threat signals, have been lost to poaching or drought mortality. Much of the current herd skews younger, with less experience of both predators and dry season terrain. But the collective voting mechanism still functions. It depends on the majority, and the majority of an 800-strong herd remains a force sufficient to alter every predator's calculation within 200 meters. This is why buffalo is the true wild card of the Mara, not because it is the strongest or the most intelligent, but because its behavior cannot be predicted from observing any individual. You cannot read, "What will this buffalo do?" Only, which direction is this herd moving and how fast? On the drought night at the last waterhole, with two empires standing at a point of no retreat, the arrival of the buffalo herd accomplished what neither empire could do alone, created a pause long enough for both sides to survive that night. Not coincidence, ecology. The drought in the Mara is not just a wildlife story. It is a story about the future. Place what you have just witnessed into a broader perspective. 22,000 to 25,000 lions remain on Earth. The International Union for Conservation of Nature in 2025 introduced a new classification, largely depleted, to designate populations below 10% of their historical range, any. Not endangered by technical definition, but largely depleted is the language of a species that has forfeited most of what it once was, and there is no indication that the pace of decline is slowing down. During the period from 2006 to 2018, 25% of the population vanished in 12 years. For the spotted hyena, there are approximately 27,000 to 47,000 individuals globally. They fall under least concern by global criteria, but trend downward in all regions except the Serengeti core. In the local Mara region specifically, they are at a largely depleted level. These two empires, the ones combating each other in the dry night at the final waterhole, are facing the exact same long-term adversary. An adversary that does not arrive with a whoop or a roar, but comes incrementally, over decades through habitat loss and climate change. In the Mara clan and the River Pride are each other's greatest rivals during every night of drought, and they are also the ultimate guarantee for each other's long-term survival. Why that matters is a bigger deal than the question of two individual species. According to research in the journal Science in 2014, the loss of apex predators leads to an explosion in prey populations, which triggers vegetation degradation from overgrazing, leading to soil erosion, followed by carbon release, and ultimately destabilizes the local climate. This is not a theoretical chain of events. It has been observed and measured in multiple ecosystems worldwide. If lions are lost, the Mara will consume itself, but this is not a story devoid of hope. According to a report from Lion Landscapes in 2024, there are now more than 30 landscapes and over 3 million square kilometers under active management, of which the Mara is the anchor. The 72-hour compensation program, designed to guarantee payment within 3 days for livestock lost to lions, has reduced human-lion conflict in the Mara by 30% over the past 3 years. 9 community conservancies in the Greater Mara are maintaining the buffer zones that the survival of the entire ecosystem depends upon, and every year is an economic decision regarding keeping that land from being converted. The Masai Mara is still there. The Mara clan is still calling. The whoop still echoes across 5 kilometers of grassland that is gradually turning green again. The River Pride still patrols the perimeter once every 48 hours. The question is not who rules the Mara during a single night of drought. The question is how many more dry seasons both can endure. And the answer to that question rests in human decisions being made right now, in this decade, in places that never appear in the frame of any documentary. And as we look ahead, that is not pessimism, but reality. If nothing changes in the current trends, including habitat loss, human-lion conflict, and the increasing frequency of droughts, then the figure of 22,000 to 25,000 lions will continue to dwindle, until one day the density drops below the viable threshold to sustain a breeding population. That is the ultimate worst-case scenario, and it is not unavoidable. The question is whether we are willing to pivot so that these two empires, and all that depends on their existence, can have another dry season to pull through. And that hangs in the balance of our choices. Even so, amid global challenges to their living space, magnificent lands still exist, lending a helping hand to protect big cats. A shining example of this is the Cerrado ecosystem, a tropical savanna that is ancient and second to none in its richness on the planet. Grande Sertão Veredas National Park, spanning 230,853 hectares, is one of the most important biological core zones of the Cerrado. This survival oasis is also home to the ocelot, a wild cat with a striking spotted coat, once nicknamed the dwarf leopard. 6 times larger than the ocelot, the jaguar is the largest big cat in the Americas. It sits at the top of the food chain, a symbol of untamed power and a living testament to extraordinary adaptability in the face of harsh conditions. With a powerful build, male jaguars can weigh up to 96 kilograms and reach lengths of 1.7 meters, their compact muscular frame paired with a broad head and short but incredibly strong limbs. This anatomy gives them not only explosive strength, but also the most powerful bite of any big cat, pound for pound, surpassing even lions and tigers. Their jaws are strong enough to pierce the skull of a full-grown capybara or crush the shell of an Amazonian turtle. During the dry season, when food becomes scarce, this ability gives them a decisive edge, allowing access to a wider range of prey than other carnivores in the region. In the hazy glow of dusk along the Cerrado's water's edge, the jaguar presses low to the ground, silent as a shadow. Every muscle tightens in stillness. The hunt has begun. Unlike its relatives, such as the leopard or lion, which often go for the throat, the jaguar delivers a precise bite to the back of the skull or spine, piercing through thick bone. Its short, curved canines and immense jaw strength are the perfect tools for this ambush strategy, especially in places like dry season streams, where sound carries far. The prey has no idea that danger lies in wait beneath the low grass. As it lowers its head to drink, the jaguar strikes. A clean leap, claws gripping tight, a bite through the skull, an end in silence. If the prey escapes into the water, the jaguar follows. It's a strong swimmer, capable of diving deep, and has even been observed using its tail to stir the water and lure fish, showcasing rare flexibility and intelligence. Though primarily ground-dwelling, it can climb trees and launch attacks from above, an especially effective tactic during when wide open. The jaguar's coat features large, bold rosettes with central black spots, forming patterns so unique that no two individuals are exactly alike. Some jaguars carry a melanistic pigment known as black panthers, which still retain these rosette patterns, visible under angled light or in infrared photography. This reflects the genetic diversity of the species in the Cerrado region, where an unusually high proportion of melanistic individuals, about 40 to 44%, was reported in the latest 2024 data from the organization On Safari. Biologically, jaguars are solitary animals. They rarely encounter one another outside of the mating season. A male's territory can be twice the size of a female's, and often overlaps with the territories of several females, though rarely with those of other males. This spatial arrangement helps minimize conflict and optimize access to dwindling resources. They tend to be most active at dawn and dusk, times of low light, cooler temperatures, and when prey begins to stir. In addition, jaguars have a unique range of vocalizations, from dry, saw-like roars to soft chuffing sounds, often used in close communication, especially between a mother and her cubs or mating pairs. Historically, jaguars ranged from the southwestern United States all the way down to Argentina. However, they have since disappeared from many areas, including El Salvador and Uruguay. Today, they remain in about 19 countries, with strong populations in the Amazon and Pantanal, but still persist at low densities in the Cerrado, a transitional zone rich in biodiversity. Specifically, at Grande Certo Veredas National Park, the unique habitat conditions have helped sustain a stable jaguar population, with 26 to 31 individuals recorded between 2023 and 2024. Protecting this species carries meaning far beyond zoological value. In indigenous cultures, from the Aztec to the Maya, the jaguar has always been a symbol of power, immortality. In the surrounding moonlit waters during the dry season has become a living emblem of balance, a reminder that even in the harshest of landscapes, there exists a deeper order shaped by the Creator's hand. Unlike armadillos that live burrowed underground, the South American coati often climbs trees like a bold little explorer of Grande Sertão Veredas National Park. Also known as the ring-tailed coati or brown-nosed coati, it is a close relative of the raccoon. Measuring about 85 to 113 centimeters in length, with the tail making up nearly half of that, and weighing between 2 to 7.2 kilograms, the coati stands out with its long, curved and flexible snout. Once called coatim, meaning curled nose, in the ancient Tupi-Guarani language. Its curved claws help it dig, pry at roots, flip over stones, and climb with ease. A unique ability to rotate its ankles allows it to descend head first, a rare trait among mammals. The coati is active during the day, foraging when the weather is cooler. With its ultra-sensitive nose, it sweeps the ground like a living detector, searching for scorpions, insects, bird eggs, fallen fruit, and even animal remains. Individuals living near the Veredas streams often climb low trees to pick fruit. Female coatis live in bands of 10 to 30 individuals, usually made up of mothers and their young. Adult males live alone, joining the group only during the mating season before going off on their own again. Within the band, female coatis show a strong spirit of cooperation. They care for the young, keep watch, and share information through sounds and body language. They use clicking noises, soft woofs, and gentle hissing sounds to stay in touch and alert one another to nearby trouble. The breeding season begins at the end of the rainy season, when fruit is most abundant. After a pregnancy of about 77 days, the female coati build to between young. The babies stay in the nest for about 5 weeks before rejoining the band. Females usually remain with their mother's group, while males leave around their 3rd year and begin a solitary life from then on. As a highly adaptable omnivore, the coati helps control insect populations, spreads seeds, and plays a vital role in maintaining the lower layers of the ecosystem. A role that becomes especially important during the dry season, when food chains are more fragile. Although not yet classified as globally at risk, coatis are declining in southern Brazil due to deforestation and conflicts with humans. If faced with a threat, which strategy would you choose? Curling up like the armadillo or climbing a tree like the coati? One of the jaguar's prey, the greater capybara, commonly known as the capybara, is the largest rodent in the world. Interestingly, in the 16th century, the Catholic Church classified the capybara as a fish, allowing followers to eat its meat during Lent. Today, this gentle creature even has its own day of recognition, Capybara Day, celebrated on July 10th, honoring it as a peaceful symbol of the natural world. Measuring 1 to 1.3 meters in length and weighing between 35 and 66 kilograms, the capybara is more than twice the size of the beaver, the 2nd largest rodent. Its coarse golden brown fur and sturdy build conceal a body perfectly adapted for a semi-aquatic lifestyle. Short, webbed legs and eyes, ears and nostrils positioned high on the head, allowing it to stay submerged while still seeing and breathing. Capybaras can dive for up to 5 minutes, either to evade predators or to cool off when temperatures soar above 35 degrees Celsius. Though closely tied to water, capybaras are surprisingly agile on land, reaching speeds of up to 35 kilometers per hour when escaping danger. Their diet mainly consists of aquatic grasses, plant stems, and reeds, But when food is scarce, they make use of grains, wild squash, and melons. An adult can consume up to 3.6 kilograms of vegetation each day. Their digestive system features an enlarged cecum filled with millions of microorganisms that ferment cellulose. Capybaras chew cud while resting and practice coprophagy. During the dry season, small groups of 10 to 20 capybaras often merge into herds of hundreds, led by a dominant male. Their social hierarchy is maintained through scent glands located on the nose and near the anus, as well as a rich vocal repertoire, including whistles, chirps, growls, and even barks. They frequently groom and remove parasites from one another, not just for cleanliness, but as a form of social bonding. Some individuals have even been observed standing on their hind legs and swaying, almost like dancing, after bathing. Capybaras are widely distributed across South America, from Colombia to Argentina, and are even found in Panama. In the veredas, they do more than simply survive. They actively support the ecosystem, selectively grazing to promote aquatic plant growth and serving as a key link in the food chain for jaguars, caimans, and snakes. Their ancestors have roamed the Americas for 2 million years, and over thousands of generations, they've adapted to a wide range of environments. The ocelot has a body length of 70 to 100 centimeters, with a tail measuring 25 to 40 centimeters, and a coat marked by asymmetrical spots and stripes, like a biological fingerprint. White patches behind their ears create a false eye effect, making predators hesitate when approaching from behind. With their compact build, they slip effortlessly through dense shrubs and fallen trees, a silent shadow moving through the wild. As night falls, the ocelot begins to hunt. Though skilled climbers and capable swimmers, they prefer to ambush prey from the ground. With sharp hearing and keen vision, they go after rodents, hares, opossums, young armadillos, and even fish from shallow streams. Before eating, they meticulously remove fur or feathers from their prey, a rare habit among members of the cat family. Ocelots live solitary lives, except during the breeding season. Males control larger territories that overlap with those of multiple females, but they avoid direct confrontations with one another. After an 80-day pregnancy, the female gives birth to 1 or 2 kittens in a secluded spot, such as a tree hollow, dense grass patch, or rocky crevice near a stream. The kittens are born blind and remain close to their mother for nearly a year. When they're strong enough, the mother brings back live prey to help them practice hunting, preparing them for an independent life ahead. More than just a proud predator, the ocelot stands as a symbol of perfect adaptation. Each step it takes on the muddy ground of the veredas is a quiet whisper of life, resilient, silent, yet never fragile. In contrast to the tapir's somewhat smooth appearance, the Brazilian three-banded armadillo, also known as tatu bola, is one of only 2 armadillo species in the world that can curl itself into a completely closed ball thanks to its natural suit of armor. This species unexpectedly stepped into the global spotlight when it became the official mascot of the FIFA World Cup 2014 under the name Fuleco, a blend of the words futebol, meaning soccer, and ecologia, meaning ecology. Measuring only 23 to 27 centimeters in length and weighing between 1 to 1.6 kilograms, about the size of a small watermelon, the tatu bola's biological design is a masterpiece of evolution. 3 flexible bands between 2 tough armor plates allow it to roll itself up, using its short tail to seal off its soft underbelly, transforming into a seamless armored ball. No teeth or claws can easily pierce through it. The tatubola feeds on ants and termites, using its long, sticky tongue and strong claws to break into termite mounds and ant nests. Though its eyesight is poor, its sense of smell is incredibly sharp, helping it sniff out prey and stay clear of hunters like the jaguar and the puma. It is active in the early morning and late afternoon and rests at night in shallow burrows or abandoned dens. Unlike other armadillo relatives, it does not dig deep on its own. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature in 2024, there are currently only between 1,000 and 1,800 mature individuals remaining in the wild. Once widespread across Bahia, Piauí, and Tocantins, they are now found in stable numbers in just a few places, including Vereda Reserve, Mata do Junco. Major threats include deforestation, hunting, and domestic dogs. With an extremely low reproductive rate, only one offspring per year, the Brazilian three-banded armadillo cannot rebuild its population fast enough to keep up with its decline. But for that very reason, it serves as a sensitive biological indicator, reflecting the overall health of the ecosystem. In the Veredas region, where the soil is loose, shade is plentiful, and termite mounds abound, this area becomes a final refuge for the species during the dry season. The largest land animal in South America, the South American tapir. Also known as the Brazilian tapir in the Tupi language, it's called the Amazonian tapir, maned tapir, or lowland tapir in English, anta in Portuguese, and la sachavaca, literally bush cow, in a blend of Quechua and Spanish. Measuring between 1.8 and 2.5 meters in length and weighing from 150 to 320 kilograms, the tapir is equipped with a flexible trunk-like snout formed from its upper lip and nose that allows it to pluck fruit, forage for leaves in dense underbrush, or even act as a snorkel while submerged. In the sweltering dry season heat, often above 35 degrees Celsius, its ability to dive for minutes and move along riverbeds helps it evade predators and regulate body temperature. Despite its bulky frame, the tapir can move with surprising speed when threatened. This nocturnal animal follows stream banks in search of leaves, tender shoots, and even aquatic plants. Precious food sources when vegetation withers. Known as the gardeners of the rainforest, they help regenerate plant life by dispersing seeds through their droppings, especially throughout the veredas. Though their eyesight is poor, Brazilian tapirs have a highly developed sense of smell and hearing. They communicate and mark territory using scent trails from their bodies, urine, and facial glands. Their vocalizations include whistles, snorts, forceful breaths, and a distinctive clicking sound, a kind of secret language whispered through the forest. Tapirs live solitary lives, coming together only during the breeding season. Females carry a single calf after a pregnancy lasting up to 13 months. The newborn is covered in dark fur with white stripes and spots, like a tiny watermelon, providing natural camouflage under the forest canopy. They stay with their mother for 12 to 18 months, learning to swim, dive, and survive. But this also means the population regenerates slowly and is especially vulnerable to rapid environmental change. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the Brazilian tapir is currently listed as vulnerable, at risk due to deforestation, agricultural expansion, hunting, and habitat fragmentation. In the Cerrado, the conversion of forested land into soybean plantations and grazing pastures over the past 20 years has led to a sharp decline in veredas habitats. However, at Grande Sertão Veredas National Park, this species still has a chance at survival. The park's network of underground springs, wetlands, and year-round green buriti vegetation provides a cool, moist refuge throughout the dry season, an ideal environment for their continued existence. During the rainy season, Serra da Canastra National Park, covering 197,810 hectares, transforms into a vibrant biological zone with average annual rainfall around 1,250 millimeters. This surge in of the São Francisco River. The park includes areas of striking scenic beauty, such as Cascadanta, the first waterfall of the São Francisco River, which stands 186 meters tall. The gallery forests here also serve as vital biological corridors, providing habitat for many endemic and rare species. Like a mystery written in many languages, the cougar holds more names than any other animal in the wild. Puma, mountain lion, catamount, panther. Over 40 nicknames, all referring to the same species. It is the terrestrial mammal with the widest range across the Americas, stretching from the icy Yukon in Canada to the arid Andes of southern Peru. And right at the heart of this continent, where the Cerrado sprawls and gallery forests cling to the São Francisco River, the cougar finds a fleeting paradise during the rainy season. During the rainy season, the riverbank forests become rich and chaotic. Migratory birds return, hoofed animals forage, and rodents reproduce rapidly with the rising humidity. For the cougar, this is opportunity. It crouches beneath the forest canopy, golden eyes narrowed, watching as prey slowly moves toward an open clearing. No sound, no heavy breathing, only a deadly patience. Its long, powerful hind legs, the strongest among all wild cats, coil like compressed springs. In a split second, the cougar launches nearly 5.5 meters into the air, than a livingly 1 meter long tail curving gently to steer its body through brush and jagged rocks. The impact lasts only seconds. Canines sink into the neck, claws lock in tight. The prey is pinned to the ground before it has a chance to react. The cougar doesn't rush to feed. Instead, it drags the carcass to the forest's edge, covering it carefully with dry leaves, moss, and branches, stashing it like a reserve stockpile for the unpredictable rain-soaked days ahead. A single large prey can sustain it for 4 to 6 days, reducing the risk of having to hunt frequently. Unlike tigers or lions with their thunderous roars, the cougar communicates through a surprising range of sounds: hisses, growls, howls, and a time scream that cut. An adult cougar in this region typically holds a territory spanning 80 to 150 square kilometers, moving in sync with prey patterns and seasonal changes. During the rainy season, their movement shifts south and southeast of the park, where populations of capybaras and armadillos rise significantly. As solitary animals, cougars typically interact only during the mating season. The female, known as a queen, carries her young for about 90 days and gives birth to between 1 and 6 cubs. Dark spots along the cubs' backs help them blend into the forest floor scattered with damp fallen leaves. They stay with their mother for up to 2 years, learning every step of the stalk, how to select prey, read the wind, and avoid other predators like the jaguar and even humans, the most unpredictable. The cougar acts as a guardian of natural balance. By keeping herbivore populations in check, it helps the forest regenerate and prevents overgrazing, a pattern confirmed by ecologists at the organization Red Cerrado through satellite analysis of biomass cover during the 2025 rainy season. In areas where cougars are frequently present, the understory and mid-level vegetation are noticeably healthier compared to regions where they are absent. And as the rain continues to fall over the Cerrado, the faint tracks of a cougar pressed into the wet earth remain, quiet proof that life in the wild never truly stops. If the ocelot is nicknamed the dwarf leopard for its petite build and leopard-like appearance, then the margay, a smaller wild cat, is often called the tree ocelot. During most of the rainy season, it hides within a leafy maze, where vines, dry branches, and moss weave together into a three-dimensional world. Measuring 70 to 80 centimeters in length and weighing just 3 to 4 kilograms, the margay is the acrobat of the forest world. Its tail, making up as much as 70% of its body length, provides perfect balance as it moves along slippery, rain-soaked branches. Remarkably, the margay is one of the very few mammals capable of rotating its hind ankle joints 180 degrees, allowing it to climb down trees head first, more like a squirrel than a cat. It can leap as far as 3.7 meters or as high as 2.4 meters between branches, and can even hang upside down from a limb using just one hind leg. Its large, round eyes, affectionately called button eyes by locals, give it exceptional accuracy when hunting in the dark. The margay lives a solitary life, is mostly active at night, and marks its territory with scent. With a slow reproductive rate, producing only one offspring every 2 years, the margay is highly vulnerable to sudden environmental changes. Serra da Canastra, where intact gallery forests still remain, becoming a final protection. Any season in the rainforest brings an abundance of food. The margay hunts birds, marsupials, squirrels, small monkeys, and even sloths, all of which dwell in the treetops. An astonishing hunting tactic recorded in Brazil shows the margay mimicking the cries of baby monkeys, luring concerned adults close enough to be ambushed from above. Though it lives in the trees, the margay may come down to the ground to hunt rabbits or rodents, but this is a risky choice as it makes the cat more vulnerable to larger predators. Among the watchful eyes tracking its movements is the cougar. Cerrado is no stranger to scavengers. Alongside the crested caracara, this land is also home to a species as strikingly colorful as the toco toucan, the king vulture. Unlike most vultures with drab gray feathers and a somber appearance, the king vulture is a burst of color. Body looks into nature had most of its rebellious spirit onto this single bird. At the center of its curved orange and black beak sits a fleshy knob called a carbuncle, like a soft crown resting on the face of a silent king. Its pale white eyes, rimmed in deep red, gleam with an almost otherworldly gaze. Newborn chicks are covered in jet black down and take nearly 6 years to grow into the dazzling appearance of adulthood. In Serra da Canastra, where gallery forests stretch along the São Francisco River, the rainy season brings more carcasses, more natural accidents, and with them, the peak working season for the king vulture. Unlike raptors such as hawks or eagles, the king vulture doesn't take life to survive. It waits, seeking out opportunity in the quiet ending of another creature's journey. With its large, powerful beak, it is often among the first to open thick-skinned remains, like capybaras, armadillos, or wild pigs, paving the way for smaller vultures that arrive later. This bird lacks a rich vocal range due to the absence of a syrinx, the vocal organ found in most birds. Its sounds are limited to low hisses, faint wheezes, or soft snorts. Instead of calling to one another, they rely on observation. With exceptionally sharp eyesight, the king vulture can spot a carcass from hundreds of meters above. During the humid conditions of the rainy season, when the scent of decay spreads more slowly, vision becomes its primary tool for survival. Though it lives quietly, the king vulture is not entirely solitary. Each dry season, its main breeding period, it lays a single egg, usually tucked inside a hollow tree or a rotting log. The chick, once hatched, receives careful attention, and one behavior sets this species apart from other New World vultures. The parents return with partially digested food stored in their crop and gently feed it to the young. It is a rare gesture, a clear sign of deep, long-term parental investment in a natural world where the most fragile lives demand the greatest patience. In the Cerrado ecosystem, the king vulture is not just a link in the food chain, it is part of nature's self-cleaning, self-healing system. By processing animal remains, this bird helps prevent the spread of disease, maintaining stability across the entire wildlife community. With a lifespan reaching up to 25 years in the wild and even over 30 years in captivity, the king vulture stands not only as a biological symbol, but also a cultural one. In Maya mythology, it was once seen as a messenger between humans and the gods, known by the name Oc, the spirit of the upper sky and the one who cleanses the stains of the earthly world. High above, the black-tufted marmoset darts in and out of the foliage, while down below, the crested caracal. Was it phantom turning the tables under the pouring rain of Kabini, or obsidian neutralizing the thermal map of the great Amazon serpent? Please share your thoughts in the comments section below. Your understanding is the true tribute to these incredible creatures of the wild. Don't forget to like and subscribe to tag along on my next field expeditions, where we will continue to decode the most mysterious secrets of survival. And if you want to discover even more about other wildlife, feel free to keep learning at Win or Die, full episode, Deadliest Battles for Survival or Lion Attack, the Mapogo Battle for Survival.